everybody. Good evening. Welcome. It's been 2 weeks since our last Pop Girly news stream, and I had so much stuff to talk about. Like throughout the week, I like to just kind of, as things happen, I bookmark stuff, I copy links, I put them in a document, and then as we get closer to Monday, I start deleting or moving things into the cut section of enough stuff has happened that we don't really need to talk about this. It's not that important. I don't have that much to say about it. It happens every week. These last 2 weeks, I have been collecting a lot of stuff that I thought would be interesting to talk about. A lot of things that I was looking forward to. However, then something happened, and it was something I knew was going to happen. I knew that it would be happening, a certain event, and I had left room for that in the document of okay, we're going to have to discuss this at some point. But I didn't know how much I was going to have to say about it at the time. I didn't know how everything was going to go down. So, could have been a short part of the stream, who's to say? Then the thing happened. And not even just the thing happened, over the last 2 weeks, we've just slowly gotten more and more information about it. To the point where I was like, oh, okay, so lot to talk about here. Then the event actually happened, and I have so much to say that I unfortunately had to cut a lot of the stream. I had to cut a lot of topics that I was looking forward to. So, in honor of all of those things, I do have a little slideshow called Topics That Have Been Cut from Tonight's Stream to Make Room for Taylor Swift's Dumbass Wedding. Not all of our topics have been cut. I do see, not Madonna. No, not Madonna. Madonna's still here. And there's a few other things, but most things have been cut, including Ice Spice and Tobey Maguire spotted kissing at a party. She says that they were just sharing a vape or something. I'm not sure about that. I saw the pictures. I don't know if that's what that looks like, but I don't know. Queer Eye star Karamo Brown and Jussie Smollett are dating. I find that to be a fascinating couple, but we're not going to talk about it. PlayStation is ending production on physical games for their new system. I think Xbox is also not going to have a disc drive when they put out their new console. A lot to say about that, but I guess I'll boil my commentary down in the current moment to boo. And then my commentary here, yay! Dua Lipa is opening her own library. So Dua Lipa is personally saving physical media, in Portugal, at least. Millie Bobby Brown and David Harbour are apparently doing another show together where they will play father and daughter. So whatever little tiff or something that they had on Stranger Things, they've mended those fences, and they're still working together. John Oliver apparently did 3 episodes of General Hospital this last week. I saw a few clips. He did a good job. Louis C.K. has a new stand-up special on Netflix. It looks atrocious. He seems like a miserable person. Backrooms and Obsession are doing very, very well. Horror films in general are doing extremely well at the moment. And I have a lot to say about that, but, oh well. Oh well. Also, this is not really a thing for a discussion so much. This is more of just a fun fact. So this is all I really even had to say about this. But apparently the dance music video from Slater, it was filmed in the same house as the Obsession film. So there you go. Fun little fact. Supergirl, not doing very well at the box office right now. A lot of discourse as to why. A lot of culture wars. Personally, I blame the dog. Not something I like to do, but I do think that if it had been a real dog or a puppet, people would have wanted to see it. A24 has released a statement defending their AI research partnership. Other celebrities are still doing AI propaganda. The BET Awards happened. 2 of Ariana Grande's Boston performances have been rescheduled for confusing reasons. Ariana also showed her tit on Instagram. Someone pooped at a Noah Khan show. Like, pooped their pants, took it out of their pants, put it on the ground, and then, like, tried to waffle stomp it or something. That was a whole thing. There's also an explosive diarrhea parasite. It says it sickens 170 in Michigan, and yeah, there is a spike in Michigan currently, but it's in other states too. I don't even think we're the worst state. So, like, be on the lookout for this diarrhea parasite. It's hospitalized a few people, hasn't killed anybody yet, so that's good. Okay, this is like a complete side tangent, but last night, I like to, when I go to bed, I do usually, like, watch YouTube videos. And I put on last night, it was something about dinosaurs and, like, how the dinosaurs went extinct, because I guess there's, like, other theories. I mean, it makes sense. There are other theories beyond the, like, asteroid thing. So I was watching that. I was kind of interested in it, but I was going to bed. So it's like my attention was going in and out. And then at one point, they started talking about diarrhea. And it almost seemed like they were implying that diarrhea is the reason that the dinosaurs went extinct. And then I woke up this morning and I was like, there's no way that happened. Like, I probably fell asleep and was dreaming that, or maybe it started, like, playing another video. There's no way that they were talking about the dinosaurs having diarrhea. Yeah, my YouTube autoplay is fixed now. Thank you for asking. But now I'm watching so much weird shit that it's like I've now fucked it up personally. But at least that was me. Separate from when YouTube was being weird. But, oh my fucking god, there's still gnats in here. But I went back to the video this morning and I just searched in the transcript diarrhea, and no, it was from that video. I don't know, I didn't look at the whole context of it. Maybe they weren't saying that all the dinosaurs died of diarrhea, but maybe some did. I don't know. I had never really even thought before about dinosaurs having diarrhea or pooping at all, but I guess they must have. You have to excrete waste somehow, right? I don't know. I don't know enough about dinosaurs. Maybe you have to. If you're an animal, you have to, like, eat things and then excrete it. So they must have pooped. And I don't see any reason to believe it was always solid. So yeah. Dinosaur diarrhea probably did exist at some point. Just something to think about. Gracie Abrams also did an interview with the Popcast, addressed the Nepo baby discourse gracefully this time. Gracefully. And then there was also a lot of commentary about her haircut and how she kind of looks like an 1820s orphan. Slater also did an interview, revealed that her boyfriend cheated on her. She found out that her boyfriend cheated on her 2 days before her album came out. Crazy. Lizzo did an interview with Swiftologist that I had a lot to say about. I had quite a few moments to give some commentary on. But, oh well. One of those things was specifically the discourse around the Kaya asylum. Thought we could have a nice nuanced discussion about that, but I guess not. Mayim Bialik also, there's another fucking crazy clip from, I don't know if it's her podcast or she's just going on other people's podcasts, but insane. Just absolutely insane. And then also, apparently there was there's a lot of weird stuff about Mayim Bialik, but I guess there was a TikTok that she had done, like a, what do they call it? It was like a reaction TikTok, where they, like, just play it and then they just sit there and like, go like, ha. She did, like, some sort of reaction to this, like, weird Zionist stand-up thing that was really atrocious, but we're not going to talk about that, I guess. Chris Brown also found liable for his dog disfiguring his housekeeper, had to pay $13 million as ordered by a jury because he apparently, instead of calling 911, just drove off. Insane. Absolutely insane. We're going to come back to a similar kind of story. Not quite this bad, but a similar story in a second. But I did also want to make an update because a few weeks ago, I tried the BTS Oreos on stream. And I said at the time that they weren't as good as the Post Malone Oreos. I think I've changed my mind. It's hard to say because the Post Malone Oreos they were limited time, so they're gone now. So I can't say for certain. But after spending more time with these BTS Oreos, they fucking slap, dude. I don't know if they're still being sold right now, but if they are, get some. They're so good. And I just wanted to update my opinion there so that you know that I think maybe the BTS Oreos are the best Oreos so far. But I couldn't say because I can't compare all of them. Wish I could. Now, coming back to celebrity smart people and their staff. Someone we are going to take a little time for today, someone whose section did not get cut, Miss Kylie Jenner is now selling her own Meta glasses. They're like the smart glasses. I don't know. The whole smart glasses thing to me is so fucking stupid. I don't even know what you would want them for. They seem like a hazard in so many different ways. The camera part is a huge aspect of that. The fact that you can like record things without people knowing, just walking down the street recording people. Crazy. That's already insane on its own, but I'm like, I don't know what you need. What do you need in your eyesight that badly? What are the glasses gonna do that's actually helpful for you? It almost just feels like a walking hazard. It feels like a driving hazard. It feels like something that is so bad for your brain in terms of like how you process information. Like, no, we don't need these at all. And also like in an AI voice modeled after Kylie herself, what do you need a voice for? For your glasses? Just stop. You have a phone. You have a fucking phone. What do you need your glasses to do that your phone can't do? Why do you need it right here all the time? Oh my God. Insane. But obviously the biggest issue related to these glasses are the cameras, the lack of privacy that they enable. And so she did this video where it's like, I guess this is all filmed from her glasses. I do have to say the camera quality is pretty good, but I have a feeling that this is not the quality you're gonna get from these glasses anyway. Maybe it is, I don't know. But like, I still just don't think that this is necessary. But here's her little POV thing inside of her house, interacting with her own staff. I can't play it because there's gonna be like copywritten music. Here, let me do. This is Kylie's life, just all of her staff around her house, and her little kitty. The cat is cute, actually. I do like that cat. And then, what is this? It's like she's spray painting something. She's such a badass. Wow. Stupid. Okay. 623 EXO Kylie's dumb. Oh shit. Oh my god, it keeps going. Okay, stupid. Oh, fluffy little kitty though. Oh, so cute. Okay. So awful. Just stupid in and of itself. And then this person says, not showing her kids as part of her daily life is a deliberate choice. Unfortunately, others won't have the same choice when a rando just appears out of nowhere with that surveillance contraption. Yeah, exactly. And then also, watch the billionaires interact with their slaves from a first-person perspective. I will point out, Kylie actually has never been a billionaire. That was like a complete fudging of her finances from her mother, and also TriStar, Britney Spears' former business management when she was under conservatorship. She was never a billionaire. They put out something with Forbes, and Forbes called her like a self-made billionaire. And then Forbes ran another article later that was like, actually, no, this doesn't make any sense. They gave us this information. This doesn't add up. They fucking straight up lied to us. So Kylie was never a billionaire, but she would like you to believe that she is, or that she was. She still does represent an amount of wealth that is insane. And apparently, she treats her workers like shit. Now, some of this stuff already came out months ago, but I was kind of waiting because it was a little unclear how much Kylie had to do with it or how much she knew at the time. So there were 2 housekeepers that filed lawsuits against her in, this says April, so a little bit ago. But the primary allegations, it didn't even seem like the housekeepers really had any contact with Kylie. It was mostly being aimed at like the head supervisor of the housekeeping like crew, because she has a huge house, so it's not just like 1 or 2 housekeepers. It's like a whole staff of housekeepers, and there's a supervisor. And now I have worked as a housekeeper before. I've worked as a housekeeper in like hotels, but then also I have a cousin who had like a maid service thing where she would clean people's houses, and I cleaned a few houses with her. So like I understand that when we were cleaning houses, when I was cleaning with my cousin, like we would go to people's houses when the owners weren't home. So like I never met those people. My cousin had, because it was her business, but I didn't have any contact with them whatsoever. So I was like, okay, at this point, with the nature of these allegations, I don't know how much Kylie would know about what was happening with her staff, like how the supervisor was treating the staff below her. So I was like, well, I'm just gonna wait until she responds to make any sort of real judgment on her, because maybe the lawsuit is gonna bring her attention to it or something. I don't know. I was like, I may just wait to see how she responds to this. But these allegations were pretty bad in and of themselves. So it says Vasquez, that's one of the housekeepers, alleged in the filing that she was subjected to severe and pervasive harassment by fellow employees and the head housekeeper at Jenner's Hidden Hills residence where she worked. She was routinely assigned the most difficult and undesirable tasks, excluded from the housekeeping team, publicly belittled and humiliated in front of co-workers due to her race, national origin, and religion, and subjected to intimidation and demeaning treatment. Salvadorian woman and a practicing Catholic. Further claims that repeated discriminatory and derogatory comments were made towards her about her religion and immigration status, creating a toxic and abusive work environment. Vasquez says no corrective action was taken and her complaints were dismissed, mocked, or ignored. She also alleges things got violent in March of 2025, according to the complaint, when a supervisor threw hangers at her feet while reprimanding her. She developed anxiety, severe stress, and symptoms consistent with postpartum stress disorder as a result of the alleged treatment, and she claims she suffered a loss of wages after the complaints she issued. Vasquez took medical leave in July of 2025 and says in the complaint she had no choice but to resign in the following month as the work conditions had become intolerable. So that was one of the housekeepers. Then there was another one who came out around this time. I think they're all represented by the same lawyer. So, yeah, Juana Delgado Soto filed a lawsuit. According to the Times, Soto began working for Jenner in 2019, and while she claimed in the lawsuit that meal and rest breaks were withheld from her throughout her time working for Jenner, she said that things got significantly worse in 2023 when Cibrian became her supervisor. Soto claimed she made a report to Human Resources about her alleged treatment in 2024. In her report, Soto accused Cibrian of allegedly mocking and humiliating her for her accent, immigration status, and race, and calling her stupid. According to the lawsuit, Cibrian was temporarily removed due to Soto's complaint, but was later reinstated. Cibrian then retaliated against Soto for her claims by reducing her hourly wage, assigning unreasonable workloads, and changing her schedule according to the lawsuit. Blah, blah, blah. Including being forced to miss her birthday surprise party, in favor of covering one of Jenner's dinners, as well as being denied adequate time off to grieve her late brother's death. Jesus. Soto claimed that staff whispered that she was lying about her brother's death and kept forcing her to pick up trash they purposefully threw on the ground. Things came to a head in April 2025 when Soto penned a lengthy letter to Jenner airing her grievances against the staff and their alleged treatment. According to the lawsuit, Soto placed the letter on Jenner's massage bed directly before she was scheduled to get a massage. And this part, I was like, I'm still a little, like, because she left a letter, but I'm like, I don't know for sure. Like, it's possible, especially with the other housekeepers, like, maybe one of them went in there, saw the letter before Kylie did, and then, like, took it away. I don't know. I was like, let me just wait until I hear Kylie's response to all of this. But it says, as noted in the lawsuit, Soto wrote, I need to express just how terribly I am mentally abused, and I really apologize for letting you know about all these situations. I know you wouldn't allow this to happen if you were aware of it. Soto claimed that the day after placing the letter on the massage table, she was threatened with termination. Defendants told her she was no longer allowed to look at Kylie, smile at Kylie, and if she saw Kylie, she would have to disappear, the lawsuit alleged. And that to me, I was like, okay, but is that coming from Kylie, or is that coming from, like, another housekeeper that, like, found the letter and then told, like, the head housekeeper, and then the head housekeeper was like, don't ever talk to Kylie, as, like, a protection thing. I was like, let me wait. Let me see. Soto didn't stop there, claiming she was given restricted bathroom access, was forced to clean Jenner's doghouse, and was banned from drinking water in the home dubbed Kylie's water, the lawsuit alleged. In August of 2025, she texted her resignation to her supervisors, writing, I am sorry, I cannot do this anymore. Every day you guys mistreat me, and I have bitten all my nails off. I cannot sleep at nights, and I always have anxiety because of the way you guys treat me. No matter what I did, no one helped me. Representatives for Jenner had no comment. So there was that one. And then this one, this is where I'm like, okay, girl. It was one thing when it was just the housekeeping staff, because that's where I'm like, maybe she just has a fucking insane housekeeping supervisor who is abusing her staff and then, like, hiding information from her. I don't know. But now there's a new lawsuit filed from her former chef. Like, how many people working for you are abusive to the people under them? And why? Why do you have such little? If she didn't know, that's still unacceptable, that she has such little information about how the people working for her are being treated. But then here, this is where I'm like, okay, housekeeping, I get, they're usually not around when the person is around, though that person did say that she had to do some housekeeping, like she was working for a dinner or birthday or something for Kylie, so Kylie probably would have been home. But this one, I was like, okay, there's no way that she wasn't home when the chefs were home. There's just no way. So Kylie Jenner is facing a third workplace-related lawsuit as a private chef alleges the workload and conditions while working events for the beauty mogul led to a miscarriage. Trigger warning here, by the way, this one is rough. This one, if you have any sort of trauma with, like, miscarriages or pregnancies or whatever, you might want to tune out for a minute, but... In the complaint filed in the Los Angeles Superior Court, high-pressure tasks, she was subjected to lengthy shifts and high-pressure tasks despite letting her supervisors know of a high-risk pregnancy. The woman began working for Jenner in November of 2024 and alleges she told supervisors that she required accommodation since she was 3 months pregnant. In December 2024, she claimed she experienced a medical emergency after being asked to transport heavy food items across the street and uphill. After choking and gasping for air and requiring help from security, the woman was reprimanded for upsetting Jenner. That's crazy. On February 1st, 2025, the chef claims that she worked a birthday party for one of Jenner's 2 children and was not offered adequate support as she was ignored by supervisors when she asked for assistance, per the filing. Due to exhaustion and overwhelming physical strain, she broke down emotionally in the bathroom during the event. That evening, she experienced extreme physical exhaustion and heaviness throughout her body as a result of the prolonged and intense workload. The complaint alleges that after hemorrhaging the following morning, the woman drove herself to the emergency room and was informed she lost her unborn child. She claims that she later informed supervisors and was falsely accused of leaving the kitchen and refrigerator in disarray following the Palm Springs event. The claimant alleges that the next week, on February 8th, the woman was again hospitalized after hemorrhaging and later agreed to relocate to New York. Her employer claimed her communication about her medical condition and relocation was a voluntary resignation despite her intent to remain employed. She alleges that she was informed on March 14th, 2025 that she was removed from the Kylie Jenner household assignment, with March 31st, 2025 marking her final day. She later accused co-defendant and management firm TriStar of discrimination, harassment, retaliation, pregnancy-related mistreatment, accommodation failures, and wage violations. The complaint says that the team sent her an email offering a settlement in May of 2025, as well as a release agreement. People has reached out to TriStar for entertainment. So yeah, just disgusting. Really, really awful. These fucking rich people, dude. And you know, if I had someone cleaning my house and making my food, I would be so nice to them. I'd be so fucking nice. But having this amount of money, it just, like, it changes your reactions to people. Like, it changes your ability to relate to other human beings, especially human beings that you see as, like, below you, you know? You stop seeing them as people. And it's just, it's awful. Having too much money kind of removes your humanity to an extent. Anyway, moving on. We're gonna spend most of this time talking about Taylor Swift, but we are gonna go through some new musics. There was new music over these last 2 weeks. Quite a lot. There was a lot of stuff, and I haven't listened to all of it. So I am just gonna talk about the ones that I've listened to, and I have them kind of listed in order of like my least favorite to my favorite. So we're gonna start with my least favorite, the worst song in my opinion, which is Katy Perry's Watch It Burn. It's just like a 2010s empowerment anthem, but it's not even like a good one. It almost sounds like it was written by AI. It was like, have AI write a Katy Perry song called Watch It Burn. It sucks. It really is not good. But it is. I'm a little suspicious of the Katy team at this point because apparently this is a tweet from a Katy cat, but it says Katy Perry, with 20 years into her career, achieved the biggest YouTube debut among all releases this weekend. And that's where I'm like, are they botting? Are they botting? Because I didn't see anyone talking about the video. Granted, maybe I'm just not on Katy cat Twitter, but it did better than all these other songs. Really? I don't know. I don't know that I believe that. But I guess it doesn't matter. If she's botting on YouTube, it's not going to affect the charts at all. It's just sort of weird. Yeah, see, 1 million hate watchers? I don't even think that people care enough to hate watch. Like, I don't even think it's on anybody's radar, really, except for, like, mine. Because I happened to know that it was coming out and I wanted to watch it, but I don't think other people care. Then also the Gracie Abrams song, Look at My Life, came out. I don't know what it is, but, like, I just don't connect with her music at all. It's like something about the production. I wish I could explain it, and I wish the whole discussion about like Anthony Fantano and shit. I think that because I understand the context of that entire conversation, I think more than some people do who weren't that aware of his like Halsey review or whatever and didn't know about the entire discourse when it happened in 2024. I think there were a lot of people who just thought that the entire discourse was like, is it okay for critics to be mean to people, or is it okay for critics to like criticize people? And like, yeah, obviously. And I'm very pro-critic. And this is a moment where I'm like, I do definitely wish that we weren't in an era of like poptimism with major news publications, because, and not that I want other people to trash Gracie Abrams. If other people like it, I don't know why I just started playing. If other people like Gracie Abrams, that's fine, but I wish that there was like a critic that could explain what it is about her music that I don't like, because I don't know how to put it into words, and I need someone else to articulate it for me so that I can be like, yes, that's what it is. That's what I'm not connecting with. But it's like everyone is just so nice now, and so no one is using the words that I need to be able to explain why Gracie Abrams shit is just not hitting with me. Because honestly, I was like, if I'm looking at the lyrics on their own, I'm like, I don't think these are bad lyrics. Like, what she's expressing here, I think, is fine. She's, talking about how she is coming up in the music industry, and like, you would think it's nice, but it's really not. It's more complicated than that. And the chorus is like, oh well, look at my life. Bet you can't tell, but it's kind of a bad time, a new spiral every night, bawling my eyes out. No, but I'm so fine. Yeah, I might just shut up and drive. Hope I don't crash and blow out the headlights. My nightmare actualized, got what I wanted. It doesn't sit right. I'm like, okay, those lyrics are absolutely fine. I have no issue with the lyrics. But then for whatever reason, when it gets put into the melody that it's put into and the production that it's put into, I'm just like, oh, shut up. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just like because it sounds so like it's just very cliche coming of age kind of thing. I don't know what it is about her sound that is just not hitting for me. Then we also had Somber's My Body Isn't Ready, which also stars the woman from Obsessed for the music video. This is another one. Well, no, actually, I can explain a little bit more why I'm not connecting with this one. But I think, like, the melody and stuff, I can't quite explain that, why the melody and the production isn't quite hitting for me. But I can definitely tell you why the lyrics are not hitting for me. And so, first of all, I had mentioned this because he had started putting out previews the last time we did one of these streams. And I had mentioned, I was like, what does that even mean? My body isn't ready. I don't get it. But I guess that it's like about like body insecurity. It's about like not like poor self-esteem, not liking the way that your body looks. And so he mentioned it on Fallon recently. I'm going to play this clip and try not to get claimed, but Fallon has fucking claimed me before. And I disputed it, but it's just annoying. It's annoying to deal with.
My body isn't ready. Tell me about this.
Yeah, it's coming out tonight. It's starring the amazing Indy Navarrete, who is in Obsession, and Josh Houston from Off Campus.
Come on.
Give it up.
Couldn't get better than that.
Yeah, this song I wrote, about something I've been struggling my whole life, which is, issues with my body image. And I feel like growing up, feeling like I look different from the other kids in school, I always wanted a song that talked about that. So I just made it, first of all, to express myself, but to also have a song, for anyone who struggles with their body image, to know they're not alone. And I just, really love the message, and I'm really excited. So
yeah, good for you putting it out there.
And that's where I'm like, okay, few issues with this. Let me just go through the lyrics. First of all, it's hard for me to even take that as the message of the song, because it almost feels like lyrics from a bunch of different songs just put together, where it doesn't make cohesive sense. It really does feel just like he had different songs written about different things, and he didn't have this one finished. He was like, okay, I'll just take those lyrics and put them in here. So it's the 4th of July, my friends want to catch the tide. How I want to go, but I'll stay home. Wish you could stay the night, but I'm scared of the light. I don't want to go, oh. So, like, that one kind of makes sense to me. That, okay, he wants to go outside, but he's afraid of going outside. He's afraid of the light. He doesn't want to be seen in public or something. Okay. I like you, but my body isn't ready. I want you, but the mirror won't let me. I try to be the person you're expecting, but I'm not ready. I'm not ready. So this is where I'm like, okay, I'm confused. firstly, I do think that this whole my body isn't ready thing, if that's how you feel, that's one thing. I do think that's a weird thing to say as like a message, you know, to say it was a good message that I wanted to get out there, because that feels strange, because it's not just about feeling not good, it's also about having like a goal in mind of like, my body will be ready at some point. Like it feels a little body dysmorphic in a way that like is understandable. Like people have body dysmorphia, people have eating disorders and stuff. That's like a fair thing to express. But to say that this is a message, I don't know. It just feels like a weird message to say that like, oh, you know how we all have bodies that aren't ready yet because we're working toward a particular goal. It's like, okay, well, that's actually not good for your brain to think of your body as like ready or not ready. I don't know. It's just a little weird as like messaging if we're marketing it as like I want other people to relate to this. Ugh, don't know. But then also I try to be the person you're expecting. That's where I'm even more confused, because it doesn't even seem like it's about a particular image in your own brain of what you want your body to look like. It feels like there's a person who has certain expectations for you that you're trying to meet, and is that really even then about your own insecurities, or is it about like a person who's projecting too much? I'm very confused about that end. What does this mean about the person you're expecting, the person someone else is expecting of you? I'm confused about that. And now I'm out of school and I met someone new. Does she just like me for the things I do? What does that mean? As opposed to what? Are we saying that, does she like me for the things I do versus my appearance? I'm just kind of confused about how that fits into the overall narrative. And now I've got nothing to prove, but my mind still goes back to you. So this again doesn't feel like it's something that's actually about a particular insecurity. It's more of like a song about longing for a particular person. I'm so confused. And being young and having nothing to lose. What does any of that have to do with the body image stuff? I don't understand. And then I like you, but my body isn't ready. I want you, blah, 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 blah. If I could crawl out of my skin, would you let me in? What are we talking about now? Is he in love with someone who thinks he's ugly? Is that the whole song? If we could just be those kids again, maybe I could swim. Okay, so is this is about when you were a child? I'm so confused. What is this song about, Somber? And then it just goes back to the chorus again. What? Maybe it's about... I don't know. It could be like an eating disorder thing where he wants to be thinner because it reminds him of like childhood. Like, I don't know, because that is a part of some people's eating disorders. It's like they don't want their bodies to mature. But then what does it have to do with this other person that's involved in the narrative of this song? It doesn't make any sense. Then we go to Phoebe Bridgers' Lost Boys, which this song was like, okay, I don't know. I found it a little boring. I wasn't super interested in it. I think it's like a song that if I got like really high, maybe it would like click for me and then I would love it every time I listened to it after that. But currently I'm like, it's fine. Then also Beyonce released a new song called Morning Dew, which is, I guess, it's for a re-release of one of her albums. I don't remember which one. Maybe B-Day? Though the photo kind of looks a little like drunken love sort of thing. But yeah, I thought this one was just okay. Didn't make much of an impression on me. Benson Boone also had a song and a video come out starring Alex Earl. It's cute. I don't think it's like a bad song. It's not something I think I'm gonna revisit a whole lot, but like as far as Benson Boone songs go, I think this one is pretty promising. And the video is cute. Very theatrical. He did kiss her at the end of the video. He's hetero baiting now. And then him and Alex did do a video, like a little TikTok, where they danced to Slave for You. And a lot of people were into this. People are definitely turning around on Benson. And I think it's just because he's kind of hot now. Like, he's a little less goofy. And he's still goofy, but like, he also just he's getting hotter. We really can't deny it. He is getting hotter. So good for him. And he seems like a nice boy. Then FKA Twigs, I think this video, or this song had already come out the last time we talked, but I don't think the video had. She's released a video for On Your Mind featuring Lil Yachty. It's cute. I like it. Not my favorite of hers, but it's good. One of the better ones of the week. And then Wink Wink by Charlie XCX. Great video. This part, it does look a little Addison Rae-y, but just because like Addison has like a thing in a field. But the rest of the video, I mean, even that part is fine. I don't care if it's like, it looks similar. But like the rest of the video, there's a lot going on in the video. And it's very cute and very well done. I do love the song. My one issue with it is it's way too fucking short. And I know that other people have had similar issues with the other songs that have come out of this album, especially rock music. I was fine with that. I thought rock music worked perfectly fine as like a 2-minute song. You know, get in, get out. This one for me, this is the one where I'm like, okay, no, actually this one is too short. I needed a bridge and then one more chorus. Just that. It's not even the length for me, it's the incompleteness. Like, it feels like it's supposed to have a little bit more. It just feels like it ends too abruptly. But maybe on the entire album, maybe it'll like lead into another song in a way that makes sense. So maybe I'll change my mind once the album comes out. But just as is, I need a bridge. I need a bridge. But it's very cute. I do like the song. And then the #1 single, before we talk about the Madonna album, but the #1 single from this last week, obviously, Carly Rae Jepsen's On Wires. So good. Very different for her, too. You know, it's a little bit less like dance pop. It's got a little bit more of like a rock influence. Fantastic. She was 6 months pregnant filming the video, so they made this a while ago because she's already had that baby. So, which is so exciting that like, oh, she's been sitting on this shit for so long, so it's ready. It's waiting for us. Love it. And if you want, and if you like, I won't make you read my mind. So excited for this album. And she also, I don't know, there are, because she's putting out a double album, and she always puts out a double album, I have seen people like making jokes or seriously theorizing that this is a quadruple album, which would be insane. And I'm like, she needs to take a break at some point, you know? But also, I don't know that I've ever been like fully unimpressed by a Carly Rae Jepsen album. So I'm just excited. I'm very excited. But let's talk about the big release of the week. Ms. Madonna. Okay, so I'm showing this part first before we actually talk about the album. I'm confused by many things. There's a lot of stuff happening right now with the, like, I don't know what you would call it, the sheet thing that she puts over herself on the album cover, which I think is really cute. But a lot of people have been like doing this as a part of the album promo, and there's so many videos coming out where I'm like, is this AI? I don't know. I have no idea. Like, this video right here, is this AI? It could be, it could not be, because I'm like, well, sure, you could put a little sheet thing over the Warner Music water tower or whatever that is. But it also could be AI, and I don't know. It's getting too real. It's getting too realistic. Because here's one over the Hollywood sign, and I'm like, this one has to be fake, because I would know. I would know if she put something over the Hollywood sign, but it looks so real. Like, even just the way that it drapes over the letters. And, like, there's people down here. It's just so detailed. But that can't be real. But then I was like, well, maybe it's an older, like, video. Like, maybe this was a white sheet that they've painted or, like, color corrected to be pink. I'm not sure. I know it looks AI-ish, but so much stuff does look AI-ish now. Like, so many cameras are just automatically like upscaling stuff and giving it like an AI look. So I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. But it looks so real. This is dangerous. But so, like, this one, this is a video that I've seen before, that it's like a monkey that had like a little sheet on him walking on the thing, but the sheet is white. So the pink is the thing that's changed here. And I'm like, did someone change this in like Lightroom, Photoshop, Premiere, whatever, After Effects? Maybe. Or maybe they used AI to change just the color of the sheet to pink, which at that point I'm like, is that okay? You know, like, where's the line of what is an appropriate use of AI and what's not? I'm not sure. Like this, I'm like, okay, yeah, you just changed a color. You didn't make anything new. And so is that what somebody did with the Hollywood sign thing? Maybe. I don't know. I've never seen any other footage that Hollywood thing could come from. This, at least I know this video of this monkey exists. But I don't know. And then here's one that, this is a video that Madonna shared, which I know this is AI, but it also does still look pretty real. But I know that she didn't do that, so I know it's AI. It's bad. We're in a bad spot. And then Madonna did say, algorithms and artificial intelligence are the opposite of taking risks, and to me that is the opposite of making art, though she is still continuing to share AI videos on her social media. But you know what? Oh well, I think that's just not a part of the making art process for her. It's just like a fun little thing, which, you know, I guess fair. But it is still just scary that they can look so real. Anyway, the album did come out this last week. It's so good. I almost feel, I feel like I'm not totally even ready to talk about it in a way, because there's just so much. Like, there's so much happening on the album. It is in ways like a testament to dance music. It's almost a justification for dance music, and like, not a justification, but like a defense of dance music and how people think of it as like shallow and stuff. It's fantastic. It's also, it's sort of a look back at her life and her career, and it for sure, it's not. Some people have been saying that this is basically just the biopic, but in album form, and it's maybe not that dedicated to telling her story or whatever, but it for sure, I know that she did start working on it kind of in between or around the time that they were working on the biopic that then got turned into like a TV series, and then it like stalled. And I think that, from my understanding, the album was her kind of just deciding that she needed like a distraction, or that she needed to like pivot because all of the biopic stuff was like stressing her out. So like, for sure, a retrospective thing was definitely on her mind when she made this album, and it very much comes across. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the record in terms of references to her career, stuff that I don't really even fully understand because I wasn't around at that time, and I've never done like a full deep dive into Madonna's like career, but I feel like this album is almost like a good way to start, in a sense, like trying to understand all the references that are on the album and then having that be the gateway to learning more about Madonna's history, because one of the songs is called Dinosaur Diarrhea, which I know is like a club or something that she performed at very early in her career, and this is from her own YouTube channel from 13 years ago, but it's going around on social media right now because of this song. But here's little baby Madonna.
Okay, and now No Entiendes is proud to present the world premiere of Sire recording artist Madonna. Like, get up and do your thing! Go on, girl!
I don't want to play too much because I'll get claimed, but like, very cool to have this reference in here and to have the footage that people can look back to understand what she was talking about. Because if you listen to the lyrics, I mean, she is literally talking about like her, dance, like cafeteria, so danceteria. Okay, that helps. But she is like making these references to like who she saw like at that time, people that were in that room, which is crazy. And it's very cool too, because there is a lot of discourse about her age all the time, and there has been for as long as I've been aware of Madonna. She's been like the older pop lady, like, and in ways that are like talked about pretty disrespectfully most of the time. But this is very cool to like have this album that, number one, is bucking like the norms of what a woman of her age is supposed to be into. Like, it is so dance heavy. It's also so like forward thinking too. It's not like it's just taking the dance music of like the 80s or even the 2000s, like the time that the first Confessions album came out. It's not just retreading that stuff. It also is doing stuff that's like newer, stuff that isn't even totally mainstream right now. Very, very cool to see her being able to do all of that shit, even though it's, I think, what people would not consider like age appropriate for her. At the same time, though, the lyrics are very age appropriate in the way of like, she's not trying to act like she's younger than she is. You can definitely tell from the lyrics that like this is a person who has had life experiences. This is like a woman who has lived. And that's really wonderful. It's a little bit weird because the amount of discourse that happens around her age, you would think she's like fucking 85. She's 67. Like, it's not that old. But people act like her being just in her 60s, her being anywhere above like 40, essentially, means that she should have just retired. You know, it is at this point, and I guess, you know, pop music, the pop spectacle, the kind of pop star that Madonna is, she was sort of the first one of those. Anyway, I guess, you know, there's like Michael Jackson and stuff. There was other people that came up around her time, but like the big spectacle, like the music video pop star, all that, very new culturally in the first place. But for sure, there was already just an expectation of like, at some point women do need to stop, you know? You're not supposed to be a woman in the public eye past a certain age. And so, I don't know. It's very exciting, especially with what a trailblazer that she has been. It's very exciting that like her refusing to go away will help her like blaze a trail for all of our other pop girlies to not have to go away and not be expected to go away. You know, if Madonna can do it, so can all the other girls, because they've already all been doing what she's already done, you know? I agree with this tweet. Confessions 2 is going to change history and the cultural perception of what older women are capable of achieving. This is legitimate radical defiance that makes it easier for every single woman that comes after her, full stop. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. And I hope she never stops. And this was from 2015. She says, "Shut up, jealous bitches. I hope you are all as fun-loving and adventurous as me when you're my age." Great album. Really great album. I guess, so I just listened to what was on Spotify, just like the whole thing that was there. And I didn't realize, apparently, I don't know if even maybe the one that I was listening to is possibly listed as like a deluxe edition. I'm not sure. But I guess there's like 3 or 4 songs on the Spotify album that are not on like the vinyl or the like physical releases. Maybe they're on the CD, I don't know. But I guess there's like a place where like the official album stops and then it keeps going if you're listening to like the streaming deluxe edition or something. But I think it's a little, I don't know, I haven't listened to the album with that in mind. I've only listened to it, I've listened to the entire album multiple times at this point, because it's just like Confessions 1, where it's like one long DJ set that every song kind of leads into the next one. So I just put it on while I was like on my Animal Crossing island. Didn't even really realize totally when different songs were changing into different songs. I mean, there are definitely a few moments where it's like, oh, you can tell that there's like a little bit of a lull there that we're leading into something else. But midway through the album, I was like, I don't know how many songs in I am. I have no idea. So I haven't listened to the entire thing with the thought of like it actually ends. It's supposed to end at a certain spot. For me, it ends at LES Girl. It doesn't end any sooner than that, because that's how the entire album leads together from what I listen to. So I'm confused by the thought that it doesn't end with those last few songs. I'm confused by the thought that those are left off. But okay. Kind of changes the dynamic of the album to me, because I feel like the last few songs are less, they're a little bit more vulnerable in a way, and I appreciate that in the album. Strange to me to think that those wouldn't be there. But anyway, yeah, great album. Her first solo entry onto the global Spotify chart, nearly 43 years after making her debut, which I guess it kind of makes sense, because she hasn't been as big of an artist in like the streaming era, but that is still crazy to think for me, of like, this is her first time being on the global Spotify chart. But I suppose it makes sense timing wise. It's just kind of nuts. I hope we get more visuals from it, because I really liked that that video that she did, the like film that she did like 1 month ago maybe. But I haven't watched it. I watched it a few times when it came out, but I was like, I don't want to burn myself out on it, because I know that the entire album, like every song's gonna lead together. I want to experience the entire album like that. I don't really even totally want to think of these as like separate songs. So I didn't listen to the singles a whole lot before the album came out. And now I'm like, it's just not enough for me, the film that she put out. I want more. I want the entire album to be filmed. And I guess really what I want is I want the Madonna biopic, but apparently I'm not getting that. So if I could get the entire Confessions album, like a video, what do they call it? A visual album, that would be great. You should think about that, Madonna. But I'm sure she's doing her best to make the visuals what she wants. And it does seem like she's maybe going on tour. She has hinted toward that, which is very exciting. So yeah, there it is. Great album. Go listen to it if you haven't. And now let's get to the main event. Taylor Swift. I did just like this tweet. I was like, I can't wait to see what Taylor Swift does with her big ass bangs for her wedding day. Haven't gotten any photos yet. No photos of her dress, no photos of the, there have been multiple different reports of who did the dress. I still don't know. The one that I've seen most recently is Calvin Klein, which that to me, I don't know. I've never seen a Calvin Klein dress in my life. So I don't know what the hell that would look like. But I've seen multiple different reports about the dress. I've seen nothing about the hair. What the fuck did her hair look like? Why can't anyone tell me what the hair looked like? I don't know. But here, before we get to like the big discourse, we will just mention this. Zoran Mamdani shared his favorite 12 Taylor Swift songs, which 12 I thought was an interesting amount. Why 12? Why not 13? Did he maybe think, and I don't know, like, did Zoran Mamdani even put this list together? I have no fucking clue. But maybe he or his, like, social media team, they knew that she had, like, a special number. Maybe they thought it was 12 instead of 13, because I'm like, why 12? Maybe because of the last album, Life of a Showgirl, it was the 12th album. I don't know. Whatever. Do we buy this, though? Do we think that he actually picked these songs out? I'm very torn, because I feel like, why not? Only the Young, to me, that makes sense as, like, a politician's pick. Is like, that's her Democrat song. That's when she, like, came out as a Democrat. There's no Welcome to New York in here, which, if he was just, like, pandering and just doing the politician thing, I feel like he would have done Welcome to New York. A one per month of the year? Maybe, but why? It says, Zoran Mamdani revealed that he is a bigger fan of her music than blah, 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 blah. But you would have to be a pretty big fan to know all of these songs. Like, these are pretty deep cuts, especially I Know Places. I think he knows. Even My Tears Ricochet. I don't know. I don't know. Is he listening to this much Taylor Swift that he would know all of these songs? I have no fucking clue. But Only the Young, it's fine. I guess if you're a politician and you're really, really into Taylor Swift or whatever, I maybe you would connect with that one, because it is quite literally like the Democrat song. Love Story Taylor's version, that is the superior version. He is correct there. Absolutely correct. It's interesting, though, that, yeah, these are also, I guess the only one that would qualify is, like, I Know Places. But I'm like, whatever. My Tears Ricochet, that's a great one. Definitely a great one. I Forgot That You Existed, it's fine. Sure. Dress, okay, I guess. Cruel Summer, yeah. That makes sense. Delicate, of course. Of course. I Know Places, okay. I Don't Want to Live Forever, I forgot that song existed. I Think He Knows, all right. London Boy, okay. August, yes, of course. Of course. London, or August, that's a great one. So yeah, maybe he is a stan. Maybe he really has listened to all these songs. Yeah, the picks are random enough that I believe him. Kind of, but I almost think they're so random that I'm like, was this like a Swiftie in his team that was like, okay, we can't just pick the singles or everyone's gonna make fun of you? I don't know, though. I don't know. And who cares? Ultimately, who fucking cares? Who cares? But I did just think it was interesting. Now we're gonna talk about the wedding. I'm already expecting a fair amount of criticism or commentary in the comments, bitching about my opinion on my stream. So I do have a few things to say as some disclaimers before we get into this. First, just the whole like political dude bro line that you get whenever stuff like this gets kind of big, like these conversations of like, I don't care about Taylor Swift's wedding, I care about more important things, like, and then just insert whatever like big political issue that they supposedly care so much about. And it's like, okay, well, if you care so much about that, why don't you go watch a video about that? Why are you watching my stream that was most definitely about Taylor Swift? Like, you could tell from the title, from the image, you knew what it was about. So why are you here? But the thing is like, okay, that's a line that like dude bros who think that they're too good for pop culture use, and that's always annoying. But then there's like the Swiftie line, people who are like really, really defensive of her, that will use kind of the same logic of like, why do you care so much? It's her wedding. And okay, sure. However, she's a public figure who had an extremely public wedding, and I am allowed to talk about it. Especially because, like, here's the thing. Celebrities are cultural touchstones. They are people, essentially, ultimately. We're all people. All of us are human beings. And that should be valued. That should be something that we, like, don't forget. That everyone's a human and deserves to be treated as such. But also, celebrities are, like, symbols. They are representations of different things. They are representations of values. And so we do use them all the time. Genuinely all the time. We use them to litigate our own values, to talk about like what we think is right, what we think is wrong. That is a part of celebrity culture. That's a part of popular culture. That is a value that these things have. They're not just completely inane. They're not completely stupid. They maybe seem that way sometimes because they don't have as like direct of an effect on certain things. But the ways that we talk about celebrities matter. And the things that celebrities do and how we respond to it, those things matter. Celebrities are in some ways, they are kind of like politicians. They are like elected representatives in a certain way. There isn't like a formal election, but the fact that people become famous, the fact that we give certain people a certain amount of attention for whatever reason, that is how we decide of like this person, this type of person who is doing this type of thing, that's important, we want to talk about it. And then we talk about these people as a way to litigate where we stand on things. Yeah, like she says, she's a mirror ball. Yeah, in a lot of ways. So celebrity news, it's important. It's important for creating and reinforcing cultural values. And I would say that my primary interest in Taylor Swift and her wedding is built around an interest in her as a public figure and what her publicity represents for the culture in which she became famous. That matters. I also do have an interest in her as an individual to an extent, and I think that that's okay. That's absolutely fine. It's good in a way because I'm a human being with empathy for other people, including other people that I've never actually met. It is okay for me to care what other people that I don't know have been doing. It also, that doesn't prevent me from witnessing someone's actions from afar and thinking that they are maybe right or wrong in a more personal context, even if it's not a context that I have all of the information about or that I'm not personally a part of. Like, that's okay. I can look at what someone appears to be doing and then say to other people, I think this person is wrong for doing that. I think this person is right for doing that. That's okay. That's allowed. We do it all the time. It is also important to note that Taylor Swift in particular, as a public figure, has knowingly stoked an interest in her personal life. She is known as a songwriter to write songs that are very personal, with references to people whom the public knows that she has personal relationships with. And more than a lot of other celebrities, she has invited us to speculate, especially given the importance of Easter eggs and lore building in her work. Like, Taylor Swift is very aware of the fact that the ways that she operates publicly is going to get people talking about her, and it is going to get people speculating on her. That's a part of her thing. That's part of how she even just makes money. It's a part of how she retains a cultural relevance. So, like, don't come in here acting like I'm doing something so fucking out of line for having some maybe negative things to say about how she is operating in the current moment. I think it's a little absurd that so many Swifties get upset when other people speculate on her personal life, because they also speculate on her personal life. They just don't seem to like it when people do it in a way that, when people come to conclusions that are not the conclusions that they came to, is really it. So, like, something I think is a little interesting is that as I've started being more critical of Taylor in my commentary, not just critical of her, but like of the marketing machine around her, the way that like her brand operates, I have received an increased amount of comments and replies on Twitter asking me or accusing me of being a gayler. Now, I already thought that the vilification of gaylers in the larger Swifties fandom was a little much. I think some of them, a lot of them, I don't know what percentage of them it is, because I think that gayler is such a like huge thing. There's such an umbrella of gaylerism that like there's people who are doing it just as like a textual reading of like her work. There's people who are a little bit more convinced that she is gay. There's people who are like very conspiratorial in the ways that they think that she's gay. But like, so okay, I agree. Gaylers, some gaylers are ridiculous and conspiratorially detached from reality. And then they've maybe crossed some lines, sure. But there are also plenty of fans who do the exact same shit, who just don't happen to think that Taylor is gay. Like, wherever you sit in the larger Swiftie discourse space, there is going to be a spectrum of irrationality that people fall into. And I don't really think that the gaylers are totally unique in that way. I don't. They're doing the same kind of like pattern recognition and narrative building that most hardcore Swifties are doing. They're just doing it in like a gay way. And for some reason, that seems to offend a lot of people. Now, the reason more and more people are accusing me of being a gayler is because the gayler theories tend to be more critical of Taylor Swift's team and her family than a lot of fans who want to believe the narrative that team keeps trying to sell us is really comfortable with. Like, that's what a lot of it comes down to. There's some homophobia in there for sure. Like, the ways that gaylers get vilified, definitely a little homophobic or like lesbophobic. But there's also just a thing of like the gaylers are criticizing Taylor's team in a way that people really don't like. And me criticizing or poking holes in the narrative that Taylor's team has been selling us for a while, or me talking about the parts of Taylor's narrative that seem to be a little bit more manufactured, that doesn't mean that I'm automatically saying that I think she's secretly gay. But I do think it is very interesting how the gayler label is almost just getting used at this point as like a pejorative to dismiss anyone who dares question how transparent the Taylor Swift brand is with its audience. Like, it's very strange that now gayler is just a term that gets used to be like, you're questioning the official Swiftie narrative and we don't like it. Because nothing about my commentary has been rooted around a discussion on Taylor Swift's sexuality. I have said nothing that implies that I doubt her heterosexuality, but if you want to know my actual opinion, I don't subscribe to any like specific gayler theories. There are many different like theories and sub-theories and stuff in the gayler universe. However, I do personally think that she's probably bi, for no other reason than just the outfit that she wore in the You Need to Calm Down music video. Because this to me is so it it looks so much like the bi flag that I don't really know that that's an accident, especially in a song that's supposed to be like a gay pride anthem. Like, she just happened to wear a wig that looks like the colors of the bi flag. I don't know about that. But here's the thing, it's like, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it is a total coincidence, maybe she didn't realize, I don't know. But this is kind of the situation that Taylor's entire career has enabled. She has these like little clues for her fans to decipher. She invites parasociality. She puts Easter eggs out there so that people put like clues together and then come to conclusions. But she also kind of like stays distant enough from the public to retain some amount of, not necessarily privacy, because I don't think she's really that private of a person, but she does retain some level of like mystery so that you can't ever totally close off certain narratives, you know? You can continue projecting things onto her and have your image of her never be like fully destroyed, because you don't ever have like enough information that you can totally negate. I mean, there are some things that you can negate, and that's why I'd say that like there are plenty of gaylers that are like, they have kind of lost their minds, because there's some stuff where I'm like, okay, but there's very clearly evidence that that's not true. But there's a lot of other stuff where it's like, you can't totally discount any one theory, not just about the Gaylor thing, but like just about her in general, like different theories about her. It's like, she stays distanced enough that there's always a little bit of mystery of like, but is that thing true? I'm not sure. So all that being acknowledged, before we talk about what Taylor Swift's wedding represents in a larger cultural context, I am going to start this discussion with my personal analysis on what is happening with Taylor Swift, the person. This is the section of the stream where I will be the kindest toward her, because I am trying to take her humanity into account. However, my commentary is still not going to have the most positive of tone. Thus, if anything other than me celebrating her quote-unquote happily ever after is going to offend you, I do recommend sitting this conversation out, and then maybe also doing some personal reflection to ask why that is. Why are you so offended? Because here's my analysis of what's currently happening with Taylor Swift, the person. I don't think that she's happy. At least I don't think that she's as happy as she wants us to believe, and as happy as she is projecting. Maybe possibly she's not as happy as she is trying to make herself believe. I actually think that's probably it. I think that she is not only trying to project a certain image for other people, I think she's trying to project a certain image for herself. And here's kind of where I want to start this. I agree with this person. A lot of people are, because the big word right now that's going around with Taylor Swift is tacky. This whole thing was tacky, which it was. But then some people are saying, well, she's always been tacky. No, she hasn't. She's always been corny. The tacky stuff is recent. Fully agree. She's never been tacky like this. In fact, I would say that like part of what is a little bit disconcerting right now is that I almost feel like she's less corny than ever, because it doesn't feel sincere anymore. It feels more corporate. It doesn't feel corny. It feels almost empty. But the big difference for me here is the difference in songwriting. And that's where I'm so I keep going deeper into like the Taylor Swift lore and stuff, because I'm still just trying to understand how a songwriter like her makes an album like The Life of a Showgirl. Not even because it's a bad album. It's like an okay album. Like it's fine. It's whatever. But it's so different from every Taylor Swift album, and it has so much less to say, and it's so much more distanced, that it feels very, very odd. And so going back, and my big point of comparison here is like Tortured Poets Department, which I think is not only it's such a stark contrast between Tortured Poets and Life of a Showgirl, because Tortured Poets is sort of her most confessional album, and it's her most sort of just like, she's just sort of regurgitating her feelings in a way. It's like she's just vomiting everything that she thinks and feels onto a page. And I'm sure there's still some editing there, that she is a public figure, she's not going to say everything, but it's pretty close. Like, she says a lot in that album. And then to go from that to Life of a Showgirl, it's just a little jarring of like how intimate that album is, and then how not intimate Life of a Showgirl is. In addition to that, though, because Tortured Poets is so confessional, that it just I keep going back to it and I keep obsessing over it, because I'm like, this is the last moment of her, like, really kind of just saying stuff. And so I'm like, okay, what were the last things that she was really feeling and thinking when she was still confessing things? Which is why, and I've referenced it before, but I did make this chronological order of what I believe to be the Tortured Poets track list, in chronological order of like what was actually happening in her life and what these different songs are expressing about her own life. I've thought before about doing like an entire video to like really go through why I put things in certain places, and maybe I will someday, but like I'm gonna go through, not in detail right now, but I'm gonna go through like generally why I put these things into this order. So Clara Bow, I put that there because for me that's like her struggling with her place in popular culture, specifically kind of like her good girl persona. Then right here in this section, you have her just being kind of like unhappy in her relationship, it seems, with Joe. And also, okay, by the way, again, I gave that whole disclaimer. I'm gonna give another disclaimer right here, right now. I don't fucking know if I'm right. I have no clue. Just like every other person who is engaging in Taylor Swift's work in like a kind of deep way, like who's really getting into the like into the details of it, I'm just looking at it and I'm just putting it together based on what I think. I could be completely fucking wrong, and it wouldn't even really matter that much, because again, Taylor Swift is a public figure that we project things onto. This is what I've projected onto her. It could be completely off base, I have no idea, but this is what makes the most sense to me. So this is where I think that she's kind of unhappy in her relationship with Joe. She felt really restricted. She does, I mean, there are for sure songs in here where she's referencing her relationship with Joe, it seems, based on what we know, based on what the lyrics are. She's referencing her relationship with Joe, and what is very interesting to me is that throughout the album, she references it as, like, being in jail. That is, like, the big metaphor for the relationship with Joe. I think that, like, Joe for her was jail, and then it seems like Maddie was, like, a psych ward or something. Maddie's, like, a hospital. And then Travis is, like, her savior or something. I don't know. But so Joe seemed like, especially, like, at this part of the relationship, at the end of the relationship, she felt very trapped, felt kind of suffocated, felt restricted. And then she is envying other people's lives. You have, like, I hate it here. I look in people's windows. She's kind of, like, looking in other people's windows and daydreaming about being a part of other people's lives. She also is making a lot of references in Robin here. That is like her thinking about like childhood and stuff. And what's also significant to me is a lot of this is happening. She's writing this album. She wrote this album on the tour, on the Eras tour. She also, of course, was re-recording a lot of her old music. So she was already going back through her own life and thinking about her past and thinking about her childhood and her life with other partners and stuff. So she was reminiscing a lot. And I do think that's a big thing right now. I do think that Taylor Swift has like emotionally regressed in a lot of ways. I think she is kind of in a state of arrested development. And this is where I think it sort of starts, of her feeling somewhat unhappy and then having to go back through all these albums of all of her past relationships and all of her past experiences, and maybe also thinking about her life before she was a singer-songwriter, you know? She is reminiscing to a degree where she is maybe getting a little trapped in certain sections of her life emotionally because she couldn't let it go, because it's like she's doing the fucking Eras tour where she's supposed to celebrate her entire past as a singer. So it's like you can't fully move on from a lot of those moments when your job is to embrace them. And so the manuscript, I think she is thinking about like old relationships. I don't think she's thinking about Maddie yet specifically. Peter, Fortnite, and Guilty as Sin, I think this is where Maddie comes into the story more. I think Peter is probably a reference to Maddie. I'm not entirely sure. But Fortnite is where I'm like, okay, yeah, definitely that feels like Maddie. I think that she was already maybe thinking about him or thinking about her past relationships. Then I don't know exactly what happened, but I know that like right before her and Joe broke up, they had been doing some stuff together. Like she had come and done like a guest appearance on a 1975 concert. She came and sang a song. So I think that she had gotten reacquainted with Maddie. And so that's what Fortnite is, of like, oh, this person from my past that I'm like kind of still in love with, and fantasizing about leaving her current partner to be with Maddie. And then Guilty as Sin, temptation, wanting to fuck Maddie. Essentially, we're going to come back to that song in a minute. And then So Long London, that's where she obviously leaves Joe, fresh out the slammer, Joe being the slammer, Joe being the jail. She is fresh out of the prison of their relationship, and she is looking to come back to Maddie. And then Florida being, I believe that the narrative, what people think, what the Swifties think, Florida, one of her shows on the Eras tour when she was in Florida, that was the show right after she broke up with Joe. And so that one also has some prison references. She then gets together with Maddie. We have But Daddy, I Love Him. And I think that's really where I think Maddie to her is not even just Maddie. He is like a representation of like a rebellion, you know? Especially when you go back up to Clara Bow and the fact that she's being stereotyped as this like good girl. Then you have Maddie Healy, who is not a good boy. And she gets with him. And I think that was part of the excitement. And that's why I put that before a lot of the other songs about their relationship. Because I think that it was one of the primary draws, probably. And she probably also just did like him as well. But that's her embracing the idea that she can be something different from what people want her to be. And of course, the standard read is that it's about her fans and then them not wanting her to be with Maddie. I think that also the fact that she says, but Daddy, I love him, I think that it probably also is about her father a little bit. I think it's mostly about the fans, but it's also about like the fans, because her father was such a huge part of her image making. Like he's been so there from the beginning of her career that like he in part created the image that she is now restricted to. So even if it's not very specifically about her father not approving of her relationship with Maddie, it's about like the audience that her father gave her, or that her father kind of ushered her into having, and they are not happy about it. That's what I think. Then you have Tortured Poets, obviously about Maddie, and then I Can Fix Him, The Albatross. The Albatross is where I think the narrative gets a little bit more interesting, because I think that, again, I do think Taylor wanted to be accepted by a different kind of crowd. She wanted to not be just the good girl Taylor Swift anymore. I think she wanted to kind of be an artist that could be seen as having a little bit more edge. But I think that she maybe felt a little rejected by some of the people that like Maddie. especially Maddie's friends. And the albatross is, I think, where you get to her feeling like people are specifically trying to poison him against her. So they tried to warn him about her. She is here to destroy you. So there's that aspect of it, that it's not just a relationship between her and Maddie. It's a relationship between her and the people in Maddie's life that maybe are a little bit weary of her. And that also just hits on just her ability to get away from like a certain image of her too. Because I'm sure that like the idea of Taylor Swift is if you start dating her, she's going to write a song about you, which I mean, that is true, essentially. But I think that like that is something that she's never been able to get away from in her entire life. When you go back to like Blank Space and stuff, when you go back to all these different things that are hitting on her relationships with men and how she is ultimately going to destroy all of them. It's like that, the commentary around Maddie is maybe bringing up some old wounds there. And then they break up. My boy breaks his favorite toys. How did it end? And the prophecy, which I think this is also, I think some of these relationships or some of these songs aren't, some of them are specifically about Maddie, like the Black Dog is definitely about Maddie, but some of them I think are really about just her and her feeling like she keeps breaking up with these guys, like Love of My Life, Loss of My Life, or whatever. I think is probably about like both, where is it in here? Oh, right there. I think it's probably about like both Maddie and Joe. It's about like her recent relationships. And maybe also how did it end to an extent, and the prophecy. The prophecy for me is very informative. The prophecy is her feeling like she is fucking cursed. So, hand on the throttle, thought I caught lightning in a bottle, but it's gone again. And it was written, I got cursed like Eve got bitten. Oh, was it punishment? Pad around when I get home. I guess a lesser woman would have lost hope. A greater woman wouldn't beg. But I looked to the sky and said, please, I've been on my knees. Change the prophecy. Don't want money. Just want someone who wants my company. Let it once be me. How do I speak? Who do I speak to about if they can redo the prophecy? So she feels like she's been cursed and that she just can't keep a guy to save her life. And this is where I'm like, okay, this to me, do I find it surprising that her and Travis are getting married? Not really. Because I think he was the first guy recently that's like actually been willing to make that commitment to her. And it seems like she really, really wants that. So is it necessarily about how much she loves Travis? Or is it about how Travis is willing to make the commitment that she wanted? Maybe I think more of the latter. And I'm not saying, I don't think that like her and Travis are like gonna turn out badly. I think they could have a lovely, beautiful relationship. But I do think that it's more about wanting to get married than it is about wanting to get married to Travis specifically, is my current belief. Doesn't mean it's going to end badly. But I don't know that her love of Travis is the most special thing in the world. And then we get to she keeps kind of fixating on her relationship with Travis, her relationship with just all these relationships that are ending badly. And you get to Down Bad, which is, again, where I think this becomes more about, like, she feels rejected from a certain idea of her. Like, she's rejected from Maddie's friend. She's rejected from getting to, like, escape a certain persona. So, like, did you really beam me up in a cloud of sparkling dust just to do experiments on? Tell me I was the chosen one, showed me that this world is bigger than us, then send me back to where I came from. For a moment I knew cosmic love. Now I'm down bad, crying at the gym. Everything comes out, teenage petulance. Fuck it if I can't have him. I might just die. It would make no difference. Down bad, waking up in blood. Staring at the sky. Come back and pick me up. Fuck it if I can't have us. I might just not get up. I might stay down bad. And did you take all my old clothes just to leave me here, naked and alone, in a field in my same old town that somehow seems so hollow now? They'll say I'm nuts if I talk about the existence of you. For a moment I was heaven struck. And I loved your hostile takeovers, encounters, closer and closer, all your indecent exposures. How dare you say that it's, I'll build you a fort on some planet where they can all understand it. How dare you think it's romantic, leaving me safe and stranded, because fuck it, I was in love. I think that this is where she really starts to get bitter about, I think she's bitter the whole time, but like she starts to get bitter about the fact that like she feels like she was prevented from escaping something. And then we have the bolter, where again she feels like people are creating a narrative about her. She's getting upset about it. And this is the one line that I actually find very interesting. A curious child ever reviled by everyone except her own father. This is where I feel like she's starting to take a turn in previously maybe wanting to escape from the image that her parents kind of created for her, and now is like, actually, the rest of the world is hostile. They will not let me escape this. My father accepts me. My parents accept me. And I think she's now starting to regress back into, I need to be the person that they want me to be. That's how I take it. And you especially at this point, in my chronological order, how I've ordered this, which again is like, I'm the one that did it, so I could be completely fucking wrong. But that's when you start getting like really kind of vengeful songs of like, who's afraid of little old me and I'm gonna get you back. So who's afraid of little old me, I think is very much like, she is angered by the idea that you can't be with her because she's gonna write a song about you. Like, who's afraid of me? You're afraid that I'm gonna write a song about you? Well, maybe I fucking will then. And then I'm gonna get you back. Very vengeful song. And then we start to get like the real regression here of So High School. And this is obviously the first song again in my ordering that is definitely about Travis. So I feel so high school every time I look at you. This is where I'll say that I don't know that she's fully happy. Because, and where I'm maybe like a little bit apprehensive about her relationship with Travis, or I think that there's a possibility it won't turn out well, because it could definitely turn out well, but there's just such a strange thing about how she writes about him, where she either writes with no specifics at all, or she writes specifically about how he reminds her of like being in high school. It feels like that's what she likes about him. That's all she really likes about him, is the fact that he's allowing her to emotionally regress. He's allowing her to be a person that is trapped in high school mentally. And what's crazy too is like, this is the most details she's ever written about Travis. Like, this is almost the most romantic song about Travis, because this is the most that's like specifically about what she likes about the relationship. Almost every other song, it's like, I don't really even understand what it is that she likes about Travis, other than she just keeps telling me that she does. She just keeps telling me that he's saved her somehow. But this is the most where I'm like, oh, I get she likes this aspect of their relationship. And I also think it's not even just fully about, well, it is about the emotional regression, but I think for her, it's like she's found someone to complete a narrative thread that she's somewhat like abandoned at a certain point, you know? Like the last time that she was like a person that wasn't famous was in high school. And that was when she developed this idea of what her life would be. And maybe at some point realized that that's not how it is. Like she matured, she got older at a certain point. And now she just kind of come back to it of like, okay, this was what I wanted in high school. This is what I can get now. And I think that's interesting too, because I keep seeing some Swifties saying like, oh, well, she's always wanted a wedding like this. She's always wanted a relationship like this. She's been telling us this, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, okay, but all the examples that people have to use to say that are examples from like the earliest parts of her career. Like, you have to go back fairly early into her discography to find these examples of her like really, really thinking about marriage and thinking about like, I need this particular life. There are maybe like some little moments here and there throughout. I definitely think that she wanted to marry Joe and he didn't want to, and that probably was one of the reasons that they broke up. But it wasn't as heavy a part of her narrative anymore. And so, yeah, okay, you can find all this evidence that this is what she's always wanted, but this was what she wanted when she was like a kid. This is what she wanted when she was a teenager and in her early 20s, still kind of being like a teenager because she didn't get to grow up. But it feels like there's definitely a heavy amount of regression happening. And I wonder a little bit, this is like fully just speculative, but I'm like, I wonder if she has like maladaptive, I wonder if she's like a maladaptive daydreamer a little bit, because she just, fantasy is such a huge theme, but I don't know. But even when you go to current day and her vows, apparently in her vows she's talking about how Travis is the type of person, this is alleged, we don't know, this is from like insider reports of people that were there, allegedly, but allegedly she's talking about how Travis is the type of person she would have liked to know in high school. He was the athlete star in high school. Yes, he sits with the popular kids. Like, girl, why do you always have to contextualize your entire life based around high school now? I mean, it was always kind of present. Like, in folklore and stuff, there is high school characters or whatever, like the whole Inez, Betty shit. Those are high school characters, but that at least felt more distanced, you know? It felt like an older woman thinking about a high school experience from these other characters. This feels fully like she is just thinking about, like, what if I were in high school again? It's like, okay, that's a little rough, girl. It's just so consistent. It's such a prominent part of her discourse at this point that I'm like, I don't know. There's something fucking weird about it. And then, even then, the next song on my chronological list, Chloe or Sam or Sophia or Marcus, she's now talking about her exes, and I think this is a mix of maybe Maddie and Joe, but this one, definitely about Maddie, I think. She says, and I just watched it happen, as the decade would play us for fools and you saw my bones out with somebody new who seemed like he would have bullied you in school and you just watched it happen. So now I almost feel like she is taking on this somewhat like vengeful idea of her exes by being with the like popular guy in school. Like she almost maybe feels like she's won a little bit because she has the partner who would have been dominant in a school setting. Interesting. And then you have, finally, the one I ended with is The Alchemy. And this one, okay, so I've seen different people, for sure there's very, very heavy-handed references to Travis here. But I've seen people say that, like, it maybe started as, like, a song about Maddie, but then once they broke up, she switched the lyrics to being about Travis. I think that's possible, but I also don't think that's strictly necessary for this song. The reason people are saying that is because of the lyrics, like, I'm coming back so strong, or, The sign on your heart said it's still reserved for me, and people think that that doesn't make sense if it's about Travis because they didn't date before. You know, Maddie, they had a history before they dated, so that's why she's saying we're coming back. Or the sign on your heart still reserved for me. There's a reference to like some sort of past with this person. I don't think that's what those lyrics are. What I think these lyrics are referencing is America through the lens of Travis. Because Travis is the first person she's dated in a long time that is not a non-American. Like, she dated Harry Styles, Calvin Harris, Joe Alwyn, Maddie Healy. Went on for a long time without an American. And now she's decided, now that she's decided to like have an allyship with like her parents and stuff a little bit more, you know, like her father understands her, other people don't understand her. She is coming back to being the person that she was supposed to be at the beginning of her career, which was this good all-American girl. And so that's what these lyrics mean to me, is like, what if I told you I'm back? The hospital was a drag, worst sleep that I ever had. I circled you on a map. A map of what? Of America. I haven't come around in so long, but I'm coming back so strong. So when I touch down, call the amateurs and cut them from the team. Ditch the clowns, beat the crown, baby, I'm the one that beat. Because the sign on your heart says it's still reserved for me. Honestly, who are we to fight the alchemy? I feel like that to me is like almost a lyric of defeat, but dressed up as something of like, oh no, it was just fate. Like, who are we to fight the alchemy? Like, I tried to get away from this idea of myself, but who am I to fight it? Like, me and this American, this all-American thing, we just have too much chemistry. We have too much, there's too much of us together that we might as well. I haven't come around in so long, but I'm making a comeback to where I belong. She belongs in America. And it also feels somewhat significant to me that, like, they are getting married on the 4th of July weekend. Just saying. And then also right here, these blokes warm the benches. We've been on a winning streak. He jokes that it's heroin, but this time with an E, because the sign on your heart says it's still reserved for me, blah, 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 blah. And yeah. That I think that's really, for me, where the album ends, where that story ends, is like her just deciding, you know what, fuck it. Yeah, I'm the good all-American girl, I guess. Who am I to fight that? And then we get to Life of a Showgirl. Oh, shit. And this is where shit starts to really get depressing in a way, because the fate of Ophelia, this is throughout the entire album, she is kind of contextualizing her relationship with Travis around her previous relationship failures. Like, I don't really know much about Travis from this album. I don't know really anything about him other than she is insisting that this is a better relationship than all the other relationships she's been in before. That's it. She is thinking of herself as like a princess in a tower saved by Travis, this like incredible knight. Doesn't even really make sense with the Ophelia metaphor, but also there are just so many mixed metaphors in this song that it almost feels kind of desperate in a way. Because listen, Taylor Swift is a metaphor-heavy writer in general. She uses a lot of metaphors, she uses a lot of similes, but she usually mixes those with a lot of like concrete storytelling, like concrete language talking about like a specific thing that's happening in front of her. And it feels like for this song, she didn't have any of those. She didn't have any specific things to say about her life. So she has to just keep like creating new metaphors. And that's why there's just so much happening in this song that doesn't make sense cohesively, because it's like she didn't have any other things to add. So she was just like, it's like I'm in a tower. You were honing your powers. You dug me out of my grave. Like, you were in a tower, but now you're in a grave. He saved your heart from the fate of Ophelia, but also like Ophelia, she did die, and then so if he saved you, you wouldn't be in a grave. Like, it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't fucking make sense. But I do almost think, and maybe this is too generous to her, because I think that she just picked the name Ophelia because she liked it. I really think that that's it. But to be generous and to think that, like, the Ophelia reference is, like, really intentional, I'm like, well, you know what? Hamlet did kill Ophelia's father. So is that maybe a commentary on some of her previous relationships? That some of her previous boyfriends maybe didn't want her to be under the rule of her father anymore? I don't know. I don't know. And then we have Opalite, which is the same shit. It's about, like, oh, all my previous relationships were bad, but now I'm with you and now it's good. And then the only thing we know about Travis in here is that, like, he also was in relationships that weren't good, but now he's with me and it's good. Like, can I get a little bit more, like, insight into like what you like about this particular person? And then the fucking worst one. I hate this song so much. I do think this and Eldest Daughter are the worst songs she's ever written. Because the other songs on the album, they're weird in the context of Taylor Swift, and they're also, well, Canceled is also not very good. But the other songs are maybe just a little bit weird in the context of her life, and a little bit, they just don't have that much to say, and they're, like, okay. But they're still, like, fine songs. Like, The Fate of Ophelia is a fine song. Elizabeth Taylor's a fine song. Opalite, fine. Father Figure. I do like Father Figure the best. I wish the production was a little bit different. There's definitely things that I don't like about it, but I do think it's the most interesting song. Both independently and also, like, in the context of Taylor Swift. Eldest Daughter sucks. Woods, actually, I don't hate Wood that much, but Wish List, awful. And then Canceled is also not very good. But the rest of the album, I'm like, Ruin the Friendship, fine. Weird for you to keep singing about high school girl, but, like, okay, the song's good, the production's good. Actually Romantic, weird as hell as a reaction to the Sympathy is a Knife song. Very strange, but fine song, I guess. Honey, kind of cute, just sort of boring, really. And then Life of a Showgirl, I think, is also cute. But Wishlist, I hate this song. But this is where I feel like she really is, she's trying to convince herself at this point that, like, all of her problems are solved now. And, like, all she really needed was this, like, really simple life. And it's like, is that what you've always wanted, Taylor? Just this idea of, and they should have what they want, they deserve what they want, hope they get what they want. But I just want you. Have a couple kids, got the whole block looking like you. We tell the whole world to leave us the fuck alone. No, you don't. No, you don't. Got me dreaming about a driveway and a basketball hoop. Really? Taylor Swift the billionaire is just dreaming about a driveway and a basketball hoop? I mean, this song is, like, I don't think that she's a trad wife, but this is her, like, somewhat fantasizing about a trad wife life and thinking that that'll be the answer to her problems. And it just won't be. It just won't be, girl. But then Wood, I don't hate Wood. I think it's a weird song, especially on the album, the way that she marketed it, and the way that she said the whole thing about every song on the album is there for, like, 100 reasons. I'm like, Wood is here for 100 reasons, really? It's a song about your boyfriend's dick. What were all the reasons? Please list them for me. But honestly, if Wood had been not a song on a Taylor Swift album, but if it had been just, like, a promotional song for, like, New Heights, I would think that was hilarious. If she just wrote a song for her boyfriend's podcast about his dick, I'd be like, that's really funny, actually. Good for her. That's cute. But it's the fact that it's on the album where I'm like, did we need this? But here's what I want to say about it, because there was a lot of commentary around that time, around the time that the album came out, of like, oh, Taylor Swift is writing about sex now. And people try to kind of fit this into the trad wife commentary about, now that she's with a guy that she's going to marry, now she's permitted to write about sex. I disagree with that completely, because Taylor Swift has written about sex plenty of times. She's written about sex a lot. She just was usually better at it. Like, it usually was a little bit more graceful. This one is just not very graceful. It's just very on the nose. It's very juvenile. It's very, it's not sexy, I think is the thing. It's like, it doesn't feel like a song that's really, really about sex. It feels like a song that is about Travis Kelce's dick. And that's a separate thing. Because if you compare Wood to Guilty as Sin, which is definitely a song about sex, not even necessarily about having sex, but about wanting to have sex, about wanting to have sex with Maddie Healy specifically. This song is way sexier. And also one of the best songs she's ever made, ever. Ever, ever, ever. But so she says, I dream of cracking locks, throwing my life to the wolves or the ocean rocks, crashing into him tonight, he's a paradox. I'm seeing visions, am I bad or mad or wise? What if he's written mine on my upper thigh, only in my mind? One slip and fallen back into the hedge maze, oh, what a way to die. I keep recalling things we never did, messy top lip kiss, how I long for our trysts. Without ever touching his skin, how can I be guilty as sin? Also, this is another thing, too, about Tortured Poets. There's a lot of religious references on Tortured Poets. I think in addition to being, like, the good American girl, she's somewhat wrestling with being, like, the good American Christian girl. But I keep these longings locked in lowercase inside a vault. Someone told me there's no such thing as bad thoughts, only your actions talk. These fatal fantasies given way to labored breath, taking all of me. We've already done it in my head. If it's make-believe, why does it feel like a vow we'll both uphold somehow? And then, my bed sheets are ablaze. I've screamed his name, building up like waves, crashing over my grave. Without ever touching his skin, how can I be guilty as sin? Just so good. So good. And then you have Wood. Forgive me, it sounds cocky. He hypnotized me and opened my eyes. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was the key that opened my thighs. Girl, what? Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet, to know a hard rock is on the way. And baby, I'll admit I've been a little superstitious. The curse on me was broken by your magic wand. Seems to me that you and me, we make our own luck. New heights of manhood. I ain't got a knock on wood. See, like, if that had just been a little promo thing for New Heights, fine. But it's not. It's on the album. Oh, it's so crazy. And that's where I'm like, really, I'm like, how did we go from this to this? What happened? But so getting away from the albums now, she's just so obsessed with getting married to a degree that feels so crazy. And I know, sure, you can go back to the beginning of her career and she has like a similar kind of theme. And there are maybe even references in a few other things. Like maybe there's some references in Lover. Maybe there's some references. There's certainly, I mean, Midnight is a little bit more complicated, but you know, definitely like marriage has been a theme through the entire time, but it did seem like something that was more on the back burner for a minute. And then as soon as she gets engaged, every place she goes is just like her showing her ring. Like it has happened so many places. It's in the Fate of Ophelia video. She's got her ring out. She was at the Billboard Music Awards, got her ring. She's doing this, got her ring. And I get it. Like she's excited. She is excited. That's fine. But it's just so much. It's so much. And it feels like she is trying to complete a narrative to me. And that's what's almost sort of sad to watch, really, is that it's the same thing. It was the same shit that I said with Wishlist of like, she thinks her problems are over now. She thinks that like she's gotten her happily ever after. And now it's like, we've completed the project. And it's like, unfortunately, girl, your life is gonna go on. It's not really an ending. It's just a thing that happened. And so apparently these were from the napkin things or something at the wedding. It says, so it's gonna be forever. Now, what's crazy to me is because I got married recently. And I got this sweater as a gift. It says, so it's gonna be forever. Which I even at the time, I was like, okay, that's a Taylor Swift reference. I get it. That's a little interesting, though, because that's not a romantic song. That's a song about, like, her public image. And the next line is, or it's gonna go down in flames. Like, it's not romantic. So I thought that was interesting when I got this sweater. But I was like, okay, whatever. It's just like a sweater. It's not Taylor Swift brand. It says originality on it. So I was like, okay, so she didn't make this. This isn't like Taylor Swift merch. This is just like a company that's using a Taylor Swift line and probably a line that like you could argue is not a Taylor Swift reference. Like just in case anything comes up legally, though she hasn't sued anybody for trying to capitalize off of her fucking wedding. So, you know, whatever. But like, okay, it's a fun little joke on non-Taylor Swift themed merch. Or themed maybe a little bit, but not Taylor Swift official merch. So, okay, fine. Kind of weird to do that on your own wedding. Like, number one, it's just a little bit weird to me for you to reference your own songs just because it feels like you would want a little bit of a separation between your career and your personal life, which clearly she does not. But I don't know. It seems a little weird to continuously bring up your personal songs, your songs for your career in your wedding. It feels like the lore of your career is very, very dominant in your marriage in a way that's a little strange. But then also for like I would just at least think that it would be a line that is from like a romance song that like a song maybe about Travis, because if it's about the relationship, that's one thing, because I understand like she writes songs about her life, and if it's a song about Travis, then sure, put that into the wedding shit. But when it's just a song that's like about something else completely, it's not even a romantic song, it's like, okay, this feels like it is just about your lore. And just about you being able to make a reference. Okay, Blank Space is Travis's favorite song. I mean, I guess there's that. And then that makes it a little bit cuter. But it still just feels very odd. Of like, again, I feel like she's trying to like connect these threads of her personal life that is just so enmeshed with her public life that feels strange. It feels like she can't divorce the two ever. And I get that they're personal songs, but there has to be some separation, especially when you're like a huge pop star like this, especially when you are in some essence public property, kinda. Like, do you want your public narrative to be this a part of your wedding? I don't know. Little weird. Little strange. But then here's where it gets actually just like genuinely sad to me. All the fucking people invited. 1,000 guests. This is a list. This is just from a Swiftie thing. I don't even know. I don't think we have like a complete list yet because there's so many other things coming out of like, oh, this person was there, this person was there. And okay, I don't know all of the people in Taylor Swift's life. I don't know who she's close with personally. I mean, I kind of do because she does make her personal relationships a fairly big part of her public image. But I don't think she's close with this many people. And yet all these people are at her wedding. And she did say recently that she wanted to like invite everyone she's ever talked to. She was on the Graham Norton show. And she told Graham Norton that he was going to be invited, to which even he seemed kind of surprised. He was like, oh, weird. It must be a really big wedding then if you're inviting me, because clearly they don't really know each other that well. But she says, I know it's going to be fun to plan because I think the only stressful weddings are the ones where you have a small amount of guests and people are on the bubble, right? And you have to evaluate and assess your relationship with them to see if they should be there. I'm not going to do that. Anyone I've ever talked to is invited. This feels very lonely. Like you can't really discern who is your actual friend and who actually matters in your life and who is just like an acquaintance, who is just a person that you've worked with. I get some people want bigger weddings, but when you're inviting, and she's like, oh, we've hung out 8 times, it's like you're on the bubble. We've hung out 5 times. When you're just inviting people that you've just like met, it feels like that's because you don't have a whole lot of relationships that feel that meaningful. Yeah, and also, yeah, I've never heard someone say a small wedding is difficult. Precisely the opposite. It is kind of true. Like, honestly, the more you open up, it's almost easier to make a guest list of like a smaller group of people, because then it's like you have an excuse of like, oh, I was only inviting 50 people. And so it was just the people that are like the closest to us or whatever, like just immediate family or just like immediate friends or whatever. Like at my wedding, and I am having another like reception thing where more people will be invited, but like we went to Vegas and like, I think like 12 people came, and there's just a built-in excuse there of like, well, it was just the people that I thought would make the trip to Vegas with us, you know? Easier than having to open it up more and be like, oh, okay, wait, so I have to invite this person, and then I have to invite their wife too, and then I have to invite that. Like, the more you open it up, the harder it gets to draw the line. It's way easier to do with a more intimate group of people. But I feel like maybe she doesn't quite know what that intimate group is. I feel like she doesn't quite know how to assess who is her personal friend at this point. It's all just people around her. And that's really sad. And I also think that she is just very, very in need of validation. And maybe just like doesn't want to offend people by not inviting them. And that is also very sad. And that's like, to do this, to put big ass fucking signs up outside of your venue when you know that you're like the most famous woman in the world, it feels very in need of attention. It feels very in need of validation. It feels sad. And she also, like, the thing is that she is just the most famous woman in the world, right? And so at a certain point, there's a lack of privacy that you have to just expect. But it is a little bit strange to me that she doesn't seem to want to protect her privacy at all. And she doesn't want to protect her, like, just how much people see of her, you know? It would be one thing if she did this after having gone away for a few years or something, where, like, this was the only big thing that she was doing. But she was doing so many public appearances leading up to this. She had an album that came out. She was promoting the album. She was just showing up places. Like, she went to award shows. She sat courtside at the Knicks. She also, recently, she did that performance where she put her ring up at, I don't remember who it was. I think it was like Lainey Wilson or something. And then she also did a video at some other country thing, Alan Jackson, which people in the crowd were booing her, but like she made this video. Like, she has taken no break from being a public person in a way that feels very unhealthy for a woman who is the most famous woman in the world.
I just want to say thank you for your decades of unbelievable songwriting and your performances and the ways that you bring so much to us, the fans. I think my favorite song of yours is Drive, because in that song you really paint such a picture and you let us into the details.
Like, just take a fucking break, girl. Just take a break. And then she also allegedly, reportedly performed at her own wedding. And I agree with what this person says. Not to be mean, but I think there's something slightly unwell about Taylor Swift that this is even something possible to consider. A wedding is supposed to be about receiving love from the world. Most weddings, the bride and groom don't even write speeches, their friends do. What a couple getting married wants is so obvious and simple. Why would you get on stage when you're getting it? I guess for Taylor Swift, I think there's something in her that receiving from the world validation for the art she creates is the love she needs, but I think she might have that need for validation more than any person in human history. She's a great artist, but it just makes me think. I don't envy her. Yeah. Yeah. Performing at your own wedding is really crazy. But it makes sense because it's like most of the people who are there are people who probably did just want to see a Taylor Swift performance. They weren't really even there to celebrate her love. They think of her as a celebrity. They think of her as like a public figure, as a singer. They don't think of her as like my friend, you know, my family. So that's what she is to those people, and those are the people that she invited. And this also just made me sad. The entire thing with Madison Square Garden, it's like, so supposedly, reportedly, there was a castle inside. We don't really know that, but this was just like the reports that were coming out. And no matter if it was a castle or something else, it just feels weird to me because it's like, girl, you could have actually just gotten married in a castle. You could have just rented a castle. You could have rented a private island. You could have done anything. Why did you want to build a fantasy, some sort of fantasy set thing? I mean, the information we have, it seems like it was like fantasy themed in some way. Why did that have to take place inside of an arena? It's like her entire life is something that she only sees through the prism of a performance. It's not something that, like, she could actually just go to a castle and just have a castle there. I mean, there would still be a lot of fantasy involved in that. But at least then it would be a real castle. You can only have a castle in a stadium? That's what your life is? It's so built around a performance that, like, even your fantasy only exists in an arena? That's sad. I think the prenup leaked. Oh, did it? Recently? That would be interesting. Someone read that over and see if it looks legit. But I think that she's just really disconnected from reality. So, for one thing, and I saw someone, what did someone say? Yeah, if she rented a private island, everyone would be screaming about the carbon emissions to get her guests there. Okay, but like, here's the thing. I don't think she cares about that. I don't think she cares about the carbon emissions or even the publicity around it. Because reportedly her private jet usage has increased since the Eras Tour. Taylor Swift's private jet addiction exposed. Staggering flight logs reveal obscene number of trips already taken this year as she pumps out more carbon in just 4 months than during the whole Eras Tour. So yeah, I don't think that that's a thing that she's that concerned about. Of like, oh, if we go to a private island, people are going to talk about my emissions. She's not watching her emissions at all. But I'm bringing up the private jet thing because I think that this is another cause and it's another consequence of her having a life that is very disconnected from like a real person's life. She doesn't live like a human being anymore. She lives like something else. So here's Conan talking about how he doesn't like to fly private.
My rule is I'll fly in a private jet if someone else is paying for it. That's my rule.
It's not much of a rule. It's more...
it's more of I'm a dick. No, if someone is going somewhere and they say, hey, I'm also going there, you can fly with me, I'll go. But for the most part, I would rather educate my children.
Right. Yeah.
So I fly commercial, and I'm fortunate. I get to fly in the part of the plane where I get some leg room, which is nice.
Sometimes a commercial is better than a private if you're flying somewhere.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's more to look at, there's more to do, there's more to be given to you. You can, yeah.
But also, I was shocked when I found out what people pay. It's insane. It is insane. And also there's the planet and there's a whole other bunch of other things. But I like to go, it's going to sound crazy, but I really like to go through and chat up the people at the TSA. I don't mind taking the belt off. I like being in the world with other people that are traveling. And it's also, flying commercial is so smart if you don't want to go broke.
I know.
And going off that, someone put a quote from Abigail Disney, daughter of Disney. So all of a sudden we went from being comfortable upper middle class people to suddenly my dad had a private jet. That's when I feel that my dad really lost his way in life. If I were queen of the world, I would pass a law against private jets because they enable you to get around a certain reality. You don't have to go through an airport terminal. You don't have to interact. You don't have to be patient. You don't have to be uncomfortable. These are things that remind us we're human. She just lives, and this is also, I think that the Eras Tour really changed her perspective on a lot of stuff for two reasons. One, she was doing it while also re-recording all of her albums, and I think that she put herself back into a headspace that enabled her to like emotionally regress quite a lot because she was celebrating her old work professionally, but also like probably reliving a lot of stuff. And then also the Eras Tour did so well, so phenomenally well, and it changed her position in the world so much that I think at this point she probably is only surrounded by yes men. And she also, like, just every person around her is going to be treating her like what she is now, which is a billionaire. And I think that just is gonna, it changes her relationship with the world so much that she almost has excluded herself from like a real human experience. And I feel really bad for her because I think that that's like a very sad way to live and a sad way to exist. However, this is where we have to pivot from thinking about Taylor Swift the person and what she may or may not be feeling, and start talking about Taylor Swift the public figure and Taylor Swift the billionaire, Taylor Swift the person with an absurd amount of power and privilege and what she is doing with those things. And we have to start talking about how incredibly irresponsible and insane her decisions have become. Because the private jet thing, that's an example of that, you know? Not only is it disconnecting her from the world, it also is fucking with the planet. Like, the amount of emissions that she has generated personally is so insane that even if you can justify it and be like, oh, well, she needs it because she can't go through the airport because of security, blah, 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 blah. A lot of other celebrities can. I understand that she's like more famous than other people, but like there would be a way to do it. I could understand maybe a little bit while she was on tour where like her ability to travel was a little bit more important because it's like she has to be certain places at certain times. And, you know, it's not just about her at that point, it's about her ability to put on a show. But when she's not even on tour and she's continuing to use this jet so fucking much, it's like, girl, I kind of just think that you don't care about the planet now. I kind of just think that you believe that you're above caring about the earth that we all exist on and have to like be kind of responsible with. And that is really pertinent to the Madison Square Garden conversation, not necessarily about the environmental impact, though maybe a little bit, but just her impact on the world around her. Because they did close a lot of fucking streets for this. It seems like they actually closed more than they closed for Trump when he came to the Knicks game. I don't know exactly. This is what was reported. There have been kind of mixed reports about how many blocks got affected, but this is what The Spun says. So it says, announced multiple sections of streets are being closed starting at 1 p.m. local time with multiple cops patrolling the area against vehicular traffic. 7th Avenue between 30th and 34th Streets West 33rd Street between 6th and 7th Avenues, West 32nd Street between 6th and, 33rd Street, 32nd Street, 31st between 7th and 8th Avenues. Then there were reports as well, so this is security controlled access, east side of 8th Avenue between 30th and 34th Streets, West 33rd Street between 6th and 7th Avenue, 32nd Street, 31st Street. And then also Penn Station was significantly affected. Not like significantly, but like entrances to Penn Station were restricted. Penn Station will be open with regular LIRR service on Thursday, July 2nd and Friday, July 3rd, but there will be access restrictions at the request of the NYPD. Customers traveling through Penn Station should use the 34th Street and 7th Avenue entrances. There will be no entry from 33rd Street. You may also want to consider traveling through Grand Central or Atlantic Terminal. Now, here's the thing. I've seen a lot of people, a lot of Taylor Swift defenders on Twitter, just tweeting, replying to me, replying to other people, using the defense and using the line of, I don't think people understand who don't live in New York how often roads get closed and how common it is. I need you all to know, if you're using this line, you sound so fucking condescending. It's insane. Okay, I get that a New York perspective is valuable here to understand exactly how this would have affected different travelers and such, like what the functional cost of this would be. Makes perfect fucking sense to me to hear from people who actually live in the area that have to traverse these areas every day. However, to say that people in New York City, or people who don't live in New York City, don't understand how road closures work, fuck you. That is not how, that's not how anything works. Anyone who lives in like a slightly urban area, like a slightly metropolitan, anyone who lives in a small, medium, big-sized city, they deal with road closures. I promise you, they deal with road closures. They know how it works. What the fuck? What is wrong with you? Why do you think that New York City residents or people from like really big cities are the only ones who understand that roads close sometimes? What the fuck? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh my God. And so because you guys, the people who say that, because you're being so fucking condescending, let me be condescending back to you, okay? Here's a list that I made of acceptable reasons to shut down public roads. Oh, shit. Construction and/or road repair. Perfectly acceptable. Traffic accidents and/or crime scenes. Acceptable. A terroristic threat. Protection of high security risk public servants. Unfortunately, that does include the president. Public events, including but not limited to parades, festivals, street fairs, etc., or even just anything that like maybe is a private event as it's being filmed but will be broadcast to a public audience. That's sure. Filming for a piece of media in which the location is relevant. I saw this a few times of like people shut down roads for filming in New York City all the time. Okay, why? Why do they do that? Because they're making a piece of media that will be shown publicly at some point. That's still like a public thing. And the street that they're filming on is probably relevant to the thing that they're filming. That's why you would make the effort to get a permit in that particular place. Like why do you think that a wedding in Madison Square Garden for a private event people cannot go to, it's not even being filmed, you know, or maybe it was, we don't know, maybe there's rumors that it was being filmed and that's going to come out onto Disney Plus later, which would be a separate issue completely. But like, okay, at least if it was fucking live streamed, I could say they're like, okay, well, at least we all got to watch it happen. This is a private event with 1,000 people that most people outside of that area will never be invited to. And all those people outside of the arena are being affected because a private citizen decided to have a wedding there. I don't know why you think that that's comparable to a fucking parade. What are you talking about? Okay, a fucking road shut down. Roads do shut down. It's just usually for better fucking reasons. This was so selfish. There's no way around it. This was selfish. This was unreasonably selfish. And not to mention the fact that when this shit got shut down, this wasn't even just like a random time. And sure, she didn't know that this was going to happen when she probably booked it. But it did happen during a like record-breaking heat wave where a whole bunch of people were out of power, which that's a separate issue in and of itself, but like it was fucking hot outside. Even if she was making other people like walk a little bit further to get to their train station, to get to their train stop, whatever, they're walking outside in record high heat. That kind of matters a little bit. Maybe most people didn't mind. Maybe most people could make the walk. And it wasn't that big of a deal. But for some people, it maybe was. And what I would like to know, well, I'll come back to it in a second, but I did watch Kayla Says video earlier this morning, and I thought that her commentary was pretty good, so I'll play a little bit of that.
So there is a heat wave going on in New York City right now, and New Yorkers have been warned by the city government to do what they can to conserve power as to not overload the electric grid. This happens every year, and a big question that consistently comes up is why individual New Yorkers are being asked to make sacrifices while Times Square remains a permanent electricity suck, although it is debated how helpful that kind of conservation method would actually be due to the way that the grid is powered. The same criticism applies to a Madison Square Garden wedding. New Yorkers are being asked to keep their AC at 78 degrees while the venue is using a metric shit ton of electricity to host an extravagant event for a bunch of celebrities who flew in on their private jets to be there. And for New Yorkers trying to escape the heat, one of their ways to do so has now been blocked off due to security measures. This brings me to my next point here. In preparation for this event, a number of city blocks around Penn Station were closed, similar to some of the measures they had implemented for the Knicks. For those who have never been to Madison Square Garden, it sits directly on top of Penn Station, the busiest train station in America. Penn Station gives you access to the subway, but also New Jersey Transit and the Long Island Railroad, meaning that if you're commuting into the city for work, your train might be rerouted to Grand Central, and if you're trying to leave the city to get to those 4th of July weekend plans out on the beach, your access point...
That's another thing, too. I saw a whole bunch of people defending this by being like, well, it's fine because it was during 4th of July weekend, and no one stays in New York for 4th of July anyway. New York is dead for 4th of July. What day did she do this on? Did she do this on the 4th of July? Did she do this on Saturday? No, she did this on the 3rd, on Friday, when people would have been getting out of work and trying to get out of the city. And she restricted some of their transportation. Like, come on. She didn't even do this during the time where everyone would have been settled in whatever place that they would have wanted to be in for the 4th of July. She did this, like, on the day that most people who were trying to travel out of the city would have been traveling.
Points are now compromised. I'm gonna give my perspective here as someone who is in Penn Station a lot. Sometimes multiple times per week. I've seen a lot of folks who don't live here being like, oh, what's the big deal? It's just a couple of streets and avenues closed in the Midtown area. The specific problem here is that Penn Station is gigantic, and each entrance to Penn Station, to Moynihan Train Hall, all in the same area, spans multiple blocks, will guide you into a different access point for whatever place you're trying to reach. So the closest entrance for the Long Island Railroad might be different from the closest and most convenient entrance for New Jersey Transit. You getting dropped off or rerouted to the wrong entrance is in fact the difference between just making, barely making, or not making your train at all. It's similar to the way that New York City gets really packed during Christmas for tourist season, for Rockefeller Center, all of that, and Midtown is uninhabitable. If you are taking the train to the Long Island Railroad during Christmas season, you have to leave like an hour early probably than you normally would if you want to make a train, because you have to account for all of that traffic, all of the foot traffic even. And so that's why people are saying that this is in fact inconvenient on a holiday weekend, on a Friday no less, after people who live in the city are finishing their jobs and making their way out of the city for the weekend. It is in fact an inconvenience that you can plan around. People have pointed out that, you know, the city had to do something similar when all of these security measures were in place for the Knicks when Donald Trump came to town for the Knicks. One, I think people were more willing to put up with that because it's the Knicks. And two, this is a private citizen's wedding. People are actively being inconvenienced for a private citizen's wedding. Not to mention the fact that this also definitely did inconvenience a lot of those businesses and bars in the Midtown area who had their foot traffic restricted.
This is, in my opinion, ridiculous. They're not telling us. They're telling us, as far as they know for now, people will have access to get to the bar. We've heard that before, as recently as the Knicks game when Trump came. That day they told us customers would be allowed as long as they said they were going to the bar. And then they blockaded everything and let nobody here. And we sat with full staff, more than usual, for the Knicks playoff game, and hardly anybody in the bar. We're hoping the same doesn't happen again this weekend.
Then there's the issue of who was actually in attendance.
So, there you go. And this is where I'm really getting fucking sick of the Swifties online. There was a Vulture article that came out from someone, by the way. I didn't read the entire thing, but I skimmed the article. This is from a fucking journalist or reporter who went to the area around Madison Square Garden, who was like there to like talk to fans and stuff. And they said, on paper, the Travis wedding was a huge inconvenience involving street closures and increased police. In reality, NYC seemed utterly unfazed. Someone, whoever, spoke with locals, cops, Swifties, paparazzi, and more about Taylor Swift's NYC takeover. If you're talking to the people around the arena, especially the Swifties, those are not the people who are being the most inconvenienced, because the people who are being the most inconvenienced couldn't be in that area. They had to go around. How are you going to find all those people? That's the thing where it's like, we will never, ever, ever, ever be able to count the amount of people that were inconvenienced and the severity to which they were. It's just not the same thing. Like, you have to factor in the amount of people that had to go completely out of their way to find like an entrance in order to like get onto the train, get onto the subway, whatever. How are you going to find those people? How are you going to find them? And also talking about the businesses there. I don't know exactly how many businesses had to close or had their business restricted, but at that point, you're not even just talking about the people who had to go around, who had to find a new method of transportation. You have to start factoring in all the fucking, like, staff workers. You have to start factoring in especially waitresses. And not just waitresses, but servers of all genders. Like, how many people didn't make their normal Friday amount of tips because the business that they worked in, the restaurant that they worked in, wasn't fully open or had restricted access? Like, there weren't enough people around that area for them to have like a normal business day. How many people didn't make the amount of money that they should have been able to make on a Friday? And at that point, then we're not even just counting those people as being affected. If those people are supporting families, all the members of their families are affected. Like, we live in a society where all of this stuff does matter, where we're all intertwined. So you cannot count the amount of people that were affected by this. You just literally cannot. And what's crazy is that, like, sure, okay, we'll never know the number. But why does that really matter? We know that people were affected. We know that she would have known at this point that closing all of these streets was going to affect people, was going to affect some people. Probably a significant amount. A more significant amount than would have been affected had she done this, like, anywhere else in the country. maybe even outside of the country. Like, she chose to have her wedding and to close down streets in the most populated city in the country. You can't justify it. You fucking can't. And I tweeted something about it, and this is more related to like something else, but we'll talk about it in a minute. But I said, it's honestly horrifying to see feminists defend Taylor Swift's right to inconvenience millions of people by appealing to the idea that because it's her wedding, it's somehow too personally sacred to be criticized, as if wedding culture isn't inherently patriarchal. Now, I muted that very quickly because you can imagine. But then I got a notification from Twitter that someone was trying to put a fucking community note onto my tweet. And the community note says millions of people were not inconvenienced. Completely missing the point, for one thing. But also, you don't know that. You don't know how many people were inconvenienced. And also, I tweeted that prior to the actual wedding itself. Like, I'm not saying literally this many people were or were specifically going to be inconvenienced, but that there was a potential for this amount of people to be inconvenienced because of the space that she was doing it. That matters. She doesn't have a right to do that, even if the end result wasn't as bad as it could have been. But I would just like to point out, okay, if we're trying to quantify this here. 8.5 million people live in New York City proper, the actual city. Over 20 million people live in Metro New York, so like the area kind of around New York City. Just like I live in Metro Detroit. 20 million people live there. Those are residents who may or may not have been in that area. We don't know, like, who was in that area? Who fucking knows? But it doesn't even include, even if we're counting all of the residents, that doesn't include all the non-residents in that area. Like, New York City is not a place where the only people there are the people that live there. And that drove me nuts too. The amount of people that were like, well, I live in New York City and I don't really care. It's like, okay, well, you're not the only person using those roads and those entrances to the subway. Tourists use them, people who are there temporarily on business, who are not technical residents. Like, how many people? We will never fucking know. But then also, again, like, it impacts more than just the people who were directly impacted by these streets being closed and by these entrances being closed. Like, if you were someone who needed to get to work and then you couldn't get to work or something, or like you missed your train, then all the people who work with you maybe were affected too. Like, and again, the local businesses, the waitresses, like, there's a pileup, there's a domino effect to this that you cannot quantify. But then, as I tweeted here, since all y'all want to go this route, please tell me what number of people would have to be negatively affected by this wedding for your fave to deserve criticism. How many working class people do we have to add up until their desires get to be equal to the whims of one billionaire? Even if it's not millions of people, even if we could count it and it was like 200 people, why does that make it okay? Why does she have a right to inconvenience 200 people just because she felt like it? For something that was not a public good. You can say, okay, people close down streets to film things. People close down streets for parades. That's something, though, that is, like, meant to be service to the public in some way. This is not that. This is a private wedding. And what's worse is y'all made me fucking agree with Hassan Piker about a woman, about him criticizing a pop star. I had to agree with him. Left-wing pundit Hassan Piker has unloaded on Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce for having he didn't actually unload. He barely even talked about it. I saw the clip. having taxpayers pick up the cost of security for their star-studded wedding in New York City this weekend. Media reports point to the multi-day wedding event costing around $15 million, which includes security costs borne by taxpayers. It's straightforwardly a flex to be like, yeah, I can do this, and I kind of think it's a little bit tacky at best. Yeah, he really unloaded, didn't he? And of course, they put a community note on this already, saying that, like, oh, media reports contradict Hassan Piker's and the Hollywood Reporter's unsupported claim that taxpayers bore any financial burden for security at the Swift-Kelsey wedding. NYP's paid detail unit enables private entities to utilize and pay for volunteer off-duty uniform officers. We don't know that. We don't know that she paid. It is very possible that taxpayers paid for this. And even the things that they link here, it's like none of that proves that she paid for that. This is like a thing that you can pay for the overtime as a private citizen. And then this is something where this one was completely irrelevant. I don't even know why they linked that. And then this is the New York City, like, I don't even remember. Like, I read all the things that they linked proving that Taylor Swift paid for this and taxpayers aren't paying for it. But it's like none of that actually proves it. It's just speculative. We don't know. We genuinely don't know, which is crazy. Taxpayers should be able to know. But even then, it's like, okay, fine. Maybe she paid for the NYPD. Those weren't the only people there. It's hard to say exactly who was there for what, but there is evidence that the National Guard was also there doing security to some extent. They kind of they didn't deny it, but like there was a denial that they were there for Taylor Swift, that they were there for something else, but it's like, it's really hard to say. So it wasn't just the NYPD, it was other people as well. Things that do seem to have been taxpayer funded, which is fucked. Fucked as hell. But then on top of it, it's not even just what she literally paid for. It is the message of it. It's the fact that, like, even if barely anyone was affected this one time, in this moment, even if the wedding barely cost taxpayers any money, even if it barely shut down streets that were actually important to people, is it okay for her to do it, though? Because what does this mean? Like, what precedent is this setting that, like, billionaires should just be able to do this shit when they want to, when they can pay for it? Like, it is so let them eat cake-esque. I'm sorry, but if you don't think a billionaire is shutting down one of the busiest streets in NYC on the 4th of July so she can have a wedding in a castle built inside a basketball court is not the epitome of out of touch and let them eat cake, then you just don't care about people. I don't even think it's necessarily that people don't care about people, but it's like they just don't think about it in this way. They don't think about, like, because the thing is that because Taylor Swift is a public person, because she's a celebrity, we see her as a character. We see her as, like, a person that has a life. All the people that were affected, we don't know them, you know? We're not going to hear their stories. We don't really know how it actually affected people in real time. Because they're not characters. They're NPCs, is what they are. They're just random people. But you know what we are? We're also random people. We're the NPCs. Those were our people that got fucked over. And so many of us are defending this billionaire. And also, it wasn't even just, okay, so for one thing, well, let me go to this first. So throughout New York City, it was recommended by Mayor Mamdani, because of the heat wave and because of the amount of electricity being used, they were recommending that you set your AC to 78 degrees and turn off lights/electronics when you're not using and unplug them and unplug what you can. 78 degrees is so fucking hot, dude. Whew, I am very glad that such a demand was not made of me during this heat wave, but you know, we have less people on our grids than they do in New York City. It's not as busy of an area, so we also dealt with the heat wave, but I had my AC set to a nice I'm gonna be honest, I had it set to 68. And it felt so good. But 78, whew, that's hot. Do you think it was 78 in that building? Do you think it was 78 at Madison Square Garden? I doubt it. I really, really doubt it. And like John Marco said, I have no problem with the Taylor Swift wedding so long as they keep MSG to 78. That's the least they could do. Just keep it to 78, just to show solidarity with the people, you know? But not only did they most likely not keep it set to 78, they fucking Empire State Building lit up their tower to blue, her something blue, in honor of Taylor Swift. And sure, okay, maybe this is on a separate grid from all the people that got their electricity actually like shut off. That there were blackouts throughout the city. Oh shit. Maybe it's on a separate grid. It's still, that's not the point. It's the disparity. It's the visualization of the economic disparity. As this person says, it is absolutely unacceptable that Times Square is at full blast, the Empire State Building is glowing for Swift, and MSG has God knows how many generators going for a wedding, but Granny and Grandpa in the boroughs have to have to suffer with no power. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they were using generators, but like, this is very true. And then as they say, actually, Times Square and the boroughs are on a different power grid. As if that's the excuses, the optics, class struggle, or institutional discrimination dating back to Robert Moses. Like, yeah, come on. Even if it wasn't literally affecting people, it is just the garish display of wealth and privilege that is crazy that you can get away with. That's what's so insane. Is just the fact that, and this is what makes it kind of Marie Antoinette-esque, is like, is Taylor Swift the problem? No. Marie Antoinette was not the problem. Definitely not. And Marie Antoinette was targeted largely because she was a woman, but she also, because she was a woman who was representative of a certain kind of wealth that the public didn't have access to, a certain kind of power that the public didn't have access to. She was a symbol. And let's be honest, she was killed for a hell of a lot less than Taylor Swift. And what happened to Marie Antoinette wasn't necessarily okay. But it is crazy that we are at a point in our culture, in our society, that Taylor Swift and other people like her, not just her, but like other, especially public figures who are so front and center in our lives, who are just on the news all the time. I mean, I watched like ABC News programming like every morning, and when they were talking about Taylor Swift on Good Morning America, when they were talking about Taylor Swift on The View, it was very, very positive. Like, we are being fed this idea that Taylor Swift has done nothing wrong, that she's the good one, you know. We're all so happy for Taylor Swift. Okay, if we're being fed that idea, if we're being fed this essentially propaganda, in a way, like cultural propaganda, that Taylor Swift is a good person, that she's one of the good ones, shouldn't she have the decency to not rub her power in our face like this? You would fucking think so. But we have become so just like, so accepting of billionaires, so accepting of the wealthy class, spitting on us all the time, that she could do something like this and think that like it would just be fine. That's what's so kind of horrifying about it. It's just the fact that she just expected to get away with this. And then she is going to get away with it. I mean, there's not going to be any real consequence. And that's what's crazy too, is the amount of people that are being so fucking defensive of her online. It's like, what is this going to do? All the discourse and all of us talking about it, all of us being like, fuck Taylor for this, actually. Is it going to even really negatively affect her life in any significant way? Probably not. She's fine. So why are you so upset about us saying that she shouldn't have done this? Weird. And the fucking Swifties are out of control, too. This person tweeted, my friends and I can't even afford healthcare. I'm constantly watching my disabled friends struggle. No, I'm not going to shut up about the obscene billionaire displays of wealth. This isn't stand drama. This is political. And they fucking put a community note on it. It says, Taylor Swift is not responsible for you or your friend's healthcare. She is a pop star. Your state and federal government is a good place to start. Dude, fuck you. Is anyone actually trying to hold Taylor Swift responsible for wealth disparity? No. But she's a symbol of it, and it's okay for us to be mad at her. Jesus Christ. And so it got reported very early that the FBI might be a part of like her security team. And this is where I'm just like, they have really lost their minds. They then started quote tweeting and being like, sounds ridiculous when you remember the Vienna thing, and then you just shut the fuck up. The Vienna concert was a concert. It was a public thing. That was why it was targeted. It wasn't just targeted because it was Taylor Swift. It was also targeted because there was a whole bunch of women, a whole bunch of young girls, women and girls at that concert. That's why it was targeted. This was something with just 1,000 rich people. It's different. To think that Taylor Swift was like the one target completely removes why it was that she was targeted in the first place, why it was that her concert was targeted. No one was trying to kill Taylor Swift specifically. They were trying to kill Taylor Swift fans. Fans who were not inside of Madison Square Garden, first of all. Second of all, if she's that fucking worried about the security, then maybe she shouldn't have her wedding in the middle of Manhattan at Madison Square Garden. What are we talking about? Why are we acting like Madison Square Garden is the most secure building in the entire world? It's not. Especially when you make it known prior that you're having your wedding there, which she did. She just did. Even if her team wasn't the people to put out that particular story, number one, I find that a little bit, doubtful at this point. But also, she had 1,000 fucking people. If she was that worried about security, if she was that worried about her safety, she wouldn't have invited 1,000 people. Because once you invite that many people, you know there are going to be leaks. You know that information is going to get out. Because the people that she invited were not people that really owed her anything. They were there for like PR purposes. They were there because it was Taylor Swift's wedding. Of course they were leaking information. If you're that worried about security, you don't invite 1,000 people. You just fucking don't. And then this one too. Full shade, I think the reason why so many people are almost angry at the thought of Taylor having any wedding festivities at MSG is because they didn't want her to have full privacy and were counting on pap shots to get a look at it, so there's that. In what universe is Madison Square Garden the most private venue for her to have her wedding? She put up signs that said just married on the building. What are we talking about? And no, the reason why so many people are angry is because it was a huge imposition to members of the public. What the hell? Keep hearing about how she should get married anywhere and pick this, but no actual options. Okay, well, first of all, I didn't realize it was the public's duty to come up with the specific options for her. Fuck off. What's another place that fits 1,000 plus people? Why does she need 1,000 plus people? Has a no-fly zone over it. Why does she need a no-fly zone? No access for drones, PAPs, underground parking, and doesn't require excessive travel for everyone to get there. Where are all the people coming from? Was everyone already living in New York City that came to the wedding? No. No. fucking crazy, dude. And here's the thing. They clearly wanted people to know prior that the wedding was there. Even with all of the stuff that came out, all of the information that came out beforehand. For like the few days leading up to the wedding, we were just seeing footage of crews taking things into the building. So crews unloaded trucks filled with large covered equipment at Madison Square Garden on Monday were labels reading Garden Party 1, Scenic, and spray-painted GP fueled speculation amid rumors. Why were these all being unloaded so publicly? Come on! We saw all of the food being delivered. All of it. Like, people were putting together the menus from the foods that they were seeing in here. We saw all of it. Or at least a good amount. Maybe there were things that we didn't see because there are underground roads to get into Madison Square Garden. So why were so much shit being unloaded on the street? Quite literally. It's not that I don't believe the press or whatever. I just think it's weird that all the food for this wedding is getting unloaded on the street when MSG absolutely has internal loading docks. Yeah. Why? Why did we have to see it? She even had fucking people out here wearing Taylor Swift Carpenters t-shirts. This is not privacy. She very clearly wanted people to know. And also, this is where I'm saying, I think it's possible that a lot of this information leaked beforehand because of the amount of people that she was inviting. That's possible. But then it's like, why were we receiving a new detail every hour? It was doled out so slowly. Like, so just like every few hours, just like another thing comes out, another thing comes out, another thing comes out. It felt so intentional to keep it in the news, to keep it in headlines. It wasn't like there was one big leak or like a few leaks scattered over the course of a month. It was just like every few hours, here's another detail. A few hours later, here's another detail. It was like an album rollout. They were behind this. They did this on purpose. And it's clearly not to protect anybody's privacy. You can do this whole thing about like, oh, well, there were the private loading docks so that she and her guests could get in privately. She got in privately, it seems. Though at that point, here's the thing too. If you want to do this whole like, what's the line? It like security, not privacy. Okay. Is it that secure? Is it that safe for everyone to know that you're going to be in the area? Because I didn't see photos of Taylor Swift, but I certainly saw photos of the car leaving wherever it was, like whatever hotel or garage or something. Like, people were following the cars. Not just her cars, but everybody's cars. Everybody who could have been going to that wedding. There were people waiting outside of the hotels for people to come out into, oh yeah, private, not secret. But the thing is like, even like it not being secret means it's not private, because everyone was waiting for photos. Everyone was waiting outside the hotels. Everyone was waiting just on the streets to see if maybe one of the celebrities would go by, including Taylor. Like, this whole thing was set up so in advance that there was just already an army of reporters and photographers and fans on the streets waiting to see people. That's not private. And it's not secret. It's neither. It's also not safe. And it clearly wasn't to protect people's privacy. It clearly wasn't so that she could utilize these underground transportation routes. Oh shit. Because fuck it, there was multiple live streams. Multiple live streams of people coming into the event. I would turn it on and I'd be like, oh, there's another one. There's another celebrity. And that's the thing too, is like, okay, maybe she got to come in kind of privately, but she did rob a lot of her of her guests of privacy, because there were people waiting outside of the hotels. Of every major hotel that a famous person or a rich person could be in, there were photographers waiting outside of it. So even if the celebrities that maybe wanted to be a little bit private as they got to, I mean, they can go around back entrances, sure, but like, she made it a hassle for any of her guests to be able to walk around New York City without getting papped. She robbed people of privacy. But she still wanted the control, too, because this is apparently shit. This is apparently... Oh, come on. There we go. This is apparently what the invites look like. They were all watermarked so that if you shared your invitation beforehand, they would know that it's you. So it's like, okay, she doesn't want private, but she did want control. She did want all of the information to come out at her behest. And that's not the same thing as privacy. That's just control. And this, I did think this was funny. This was an old South Park thing with like Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, which I think Meghan Markle and Prince Harry were a hell of a lot more subtle than Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. But yeah, the entire Taylor Swift Kelce wedding feels like this. Stop looking at us. We want our privacy. While making themselves the center of attention at every given moment. And that's just what I think is a little bit, that's what's fucked up about it too, is that I think there are a lot of fans. There are some fans that are just defending her just because it's like their job. But I think there are a lot of fans that genuinely believe that this was like a privacy thing or a security thing. And it couldn't be. It doesn't make any sense. And that's what's annoying about it too. It's just like, it's so manipulative. It's so dishonest and so like dishonorable. Like you're just manipulating your fans into defending you for something that you know is wrong. And the whole thing is so manipulative. Like right before the wedding, she donated $26 million to 20 charities. And okay, cool. Love that. Love that you're donating money to all these charities. However, when you do it right before the wedding, it feels like a bid for good publicity, and that makes it feel a little weird. It doesn't feel like it's actually altruistic. It feels opportunistic. It feels manipulative. Because especially like right before, not only is it like the public is gonna be like, oh my god, what a good person, and her fans are of course using this. They're like, well, but she donated. She donated, especially to like New York things. So like, yeah, maybe she inconvenienced people, but she also donated all this money, so she made up for it. It's like, well, she could have donated that money at any point. At any point. But then she also is making it so like all these different nonprofits that she's donating to, they're all thanking her right before the wedding. So it's not even just the public is going to be like, yay, good Taylor. She is putting all of these different organizations into positions that they have to release a nice public statement about her right before the wedding. Like, here's Dolly Parton. And especially, like, she's donating to a lot of, like, celebrity, like, Brad Paisley and Kimberly Williams Paisley. Thank Taylor Swift. It's people that, when they talk about her, it's going to make even more headlines, including Dolly Parton, who made this video.
This is Dolly, and I was just told that you two are making a donation of $2 million to my imagination library. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm blown away and overjoyed with that gratitude. Now, it's evident that you two have made giving back a key part of your lives, so, hey, when you have your firstborn, can I have it? Because that is going to be one special baby. You know, the mission of the Dollywood Foundation is to dream more, care more, learn more, and be more. And thank you again for your very generous gift. And we'll continue that mission, even in bigger ways now with your money. So thank you, and know that I will always love you. Mwah.
Yay, all praise Taylor and Travis. I was like, okay, make this donation some other time though. Why is it right before your wedding? It feels so intentional. And then, as this person says, nothing for immigrant defense, LGBT people, racial minorities. They pick the safest possible charities, LMFAO. And yeah, and they did this around, or Taylor did this around Christmas too. She did her little annual Christmas donation. And yeah, all of the charities are for non-political causes. Things that are like so agreeable that like no one's gonna argue with like the ASPCA or Feeding America or a food bank. And it's like, that's whatever, but it just does feel weird when there's already so much political discourse around Taylor that like, that to me was always the strangest thing of like, I don't need her to make a public statement about like Palestine or LGBTQ rights or whatever. It'd be nice if she did, but it would mean so much if she just made a donation, because that would be a statement in and of itself. It's like, just donate to like the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund or something and make that public. And then it's like, okay, now we know where you stand on that. She never does that. It's always the most agreeable stuff. And somebody else pointed that out. And then this person, I don't think that they've been successful in doing it. No, okay, they did not. But on my other account, I have another Stan account where I can write and like rate community notes before they become like public. And so I saw a fucking community note that people were trying to put onto this tweet that was like, actually the food banks do help immigrants and LGBTQ people. It's like, you know that is not what she's saying. You know that she's not saying that none of this money is going to benefit any immigrants or any LGBTQ people or racial minorities. You know that that's not what she's saying. Stop doing this. The community notes have gotten so out of control. And then there's the other tweets of like, oh, but what about all the other people that are doing worse things than her? Taylor doesn't deserve hate because there are abusers in the world. Yeah, and some of them were invited to Taylor's wedding. Now what? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I'm willing to defend her in saying that, like, I don't know that she knows all of the things that the people who were invited to her wedding have done and all the things that they stand for politically, personally, whatever. I don't know that she knows all that, but also, why did she invite that many fucking people in the first place? Why did she invite 1,000 people? Including, like, as people are pointing out, Brad Pitt, who is absolutely an abuser. And there are other people too, like Nelly. There was some, like, someone who works with, like, ICE or whatever. And okay, does Taylor Swift know all this shit? Does she know that Brad Pitt has abuse allegations against him? I don't know. I don't think that a lot of people in like the general public realize that, because it wasn't as big of a story as some other men in the industry. But I don't think she knows him personally, so why was he at the wedding anyway? It just at some point becomes more of like a marketing thing. It's almost like she was treating her wedding as like a networking event. And that's sort of the problem, is it wasn't about people who mean something to her personally. It was about like celebrities. Because she can even say this whole thing about, and I guess I don't know, because there were 1,000 people. There were 1,000 people at the wedding. We don't know who all was there. But with the amount of celebrities that are coming out, and a lot of like just rich people that we're finding out, and CEOs and shit that were at that wedding, I'm a little doubtful of the idea that Taylor was actually inviting like anyone she's ever talked to, anyone she's ever met. I think she was inviting the rich people. I think she was inviting the powerful people. I think she probably invited some people, you know, like the people who worked on her band, or her dancers or whatever on the tour, but like, was she inviting the truck drivers? Was she inviting the gaffers? Like, was she actually inviting all the people that she's met, or was she inviting all the important people that she's met? I don't know. I just find it a little hard to believe that, you know, random staff of like her management company, the people making her merch or whatever, were among the crowd with like Brad Pitt. Because especially I know how her family has treated working class people. You have Ronnie Kramer, who taught her guitar. They would never acknowledge that, never give him proper credit for that, and as soon as he said something, they tried to fucking sue him. Was he invited to the wedding? I doubt it. I also, Pat Garrett, when I was going back through like her history and her early career, the Pat Garrett Amphitheater was an amphitheater that she performed at quite a lot at the beginning of her career, owned by Pat Garrett, who is like a country singer, like a local country singer. He's also like, he's pretty MAGA coded. So I don't like love him as a person, but I don't think that him being MAGA coded would have stopped her from inviting him. But I don't think that he got invited, and he was very important to her career early on. And yet he wrote this song about her later that is like kind of sad and like sort of pathetic in a way, where he's literally just being like, oh, I thought that I was important in this person's life, and now all of our communication is on her terms.
How Garth reached back to help his buddy Chris would do what I thought I might experience the same thing from a big star like you. Whoa, you've been shaking it all over the world with teardrops on your guitar. You were fearless with style, but never mean. Now you're a superstar. I should have taken your daddy's advice and come write songs with you. Now we may never ever get together again, but I guess that's up to you.
Was Pat invited? I didn't see anything about it. But maybe he was. I don't know. I just have a hard time believing that the 1,000 people she invited, that a whole lot of them were people like this. People at the beginning. People that knew her as like the beginning of her career. I kind of doubt that those people made the guest list. I think maybe it was just the people that could help her with something. Even though he helped her with quite a lot. But like the people who could help her get to that other level. And then, of course, same fucking issue as before. The White House is capitalizing off of this, and she's doing absolutely nothing about it. They have made multiple posts. So the Just TNT thing, the Just TNT married, Trump is your president. They tweeted that pretty quickly. They also made an Eras Tour thing. She said nothing. They also did a countdown. And this is a TikTok someone else made about it.
Taylor Allison Swift and Taylor Allison Swift only. As a former wedding planner, getting married at Madison Square Garden is wild. It is absolute.
What the hell?
Taylor Allison Swift. This message is for Taylor Allison Swift and Taylor Allison Swift only. As a former wedding planner, getting married at Madison Square Garden is wild. It is absolute crazy work. But you know what is even crazier? This shit. This has been up for 12 hours. It was posted by the official White House TikTok account. What the actual fuck, Taylor? What is this? You are a litigious bitch, and we know that you will come after anybody who even breathes on your catalog in a way that you don't approve of. And yet, this shit has been sitting out for 12 hours, which tells me you're giving tacit approval to that orange motherfucker. And as a card-carrying member of the Swifties, somebody who went to the Eras Tour, I'm gonna have to turn in my Swiftie card. And also, as a former wedding planner, I hope you have the tacky day that you deserve, because this is bullshit. People are dying. People cannot afford healthcare. People can't afford diapers. And yes, you have donated money, but also, what the fuck?
Yeah, literally. What the fuck? And she is being so thoroughly embraced. You can do this whole thing about like, oh, she's not actually a trad wife. How could you say Taylor Swift is a trad wife? She'll never be a trad wife. Sure, okay. She's definitely allowing herself to be invited into like the trad wife narrative by conservatives, because here's fucking Tommy Lauren celebrating her wedding on Fox News.
It is somebody who sang pretty much her entire career about getting broken up with, being dumped, at one point talking about down with the patriarchy, and now she's marrying a football player that was born in Ohio.
I love that detail too, that he was born in Ohio. Like that means anything really, other than I guess Ohio men are interesting.
Oh, I think that she has found her American dream, and, you know, she's found those traditional values I think that she has always wanted. She's a great role model for young girls, by the way, because her music's mostly clean, she conducts herself well, she donates to charity, and now she's got a football player for a husband. Some of her past boyfriends wore dresses, Laura, so I think that she has found her Prince Charming, and she's leveled up.
Yeah, so Matt,
And okay, so in terms of the guest list, a lot of people invited who I would consider to be unsavory individuals, and a lot of people missing who I am a little suspicious of like, okay, if you're inviting all these people that you've met throughout your career, you're inviting 1,000 people, does feel like there maybe should be a little bit more representation of like people who were there at the beginning of your career who actually helped you like ascend out of a lower part of your life, even though they were rich from the beginning. But like, you know, there are some working class people that maybe should have been included. But okay, maybe you didn't keep in touch with everybody. Maybe there are people from your past that you really don't like. I don't want to make too much of an issue about who specifically didn't get invited, because I don't know how connected she is with certain people. There's one person though that was not invited that, you know, I'll admit I don't know the specifics of their relationship. I don't know exactly what happened between the two of them. I also don't know specifically that she wasn't invited. I don't know. But it seems like she wasn't. And assuming that she was not, Taylor Swift is kind of a piece of shit. The fact that Blake Lively did not get an invite, seemingly, to this wedding, is crazy. Is fucking crazy. And you know what else? The people who are upset with me that I didn't mention, I didn't make a point to say in my original review of Life of a Showgirl that Canceled is about Blake Lively. Clearly it's about Blake Lively. It's unambiguous. Anyone with ears could tell. Even though I never even said that it wasn't about Blake Lively, I just said I didn't like the song. And then moved on. You still think that song's about Blake Lively? I don't. I think it's pretty clear at this point that it wasn't. So I will be accepting my apologies. If you were so offended that I didn't stick up for the idea that the two of them were still friends when they pretty clearly fucking weren't. But even then, I said, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the two of them. I have no idea if they're friends anymore. I don't know who Canceled is about. Clearly, it wasn't about Blake Lively. And okay, I don't know why they aren't friends anymore. And I don't know that specifically that she wasn't invited. There are reports from the Daily Mail saying that Blake Lively was not invited and that she's mad about it, but who knows? This is the Daily Mail. Could be wrong. Just a rumor. Who's to say? But considering how close Blake and Taylor were at one point, I think that if Blake had been invited and if they were still friends, I think she would have gone to the wedding, for sure. I mean, Taylor is literally like the godparent to Blake's children. Blake's children's voices are on Taylor's albums. Or on an album. Their names were used as references in folklore. Taylor Swift was a part of the Lively the Lively Reynolds family. They were very close. So the fact that she didn't go to the wedding says something about the state of their relationship. And maybe she was invited, but she couldn't go. She was busy. But like, okay, so reportedly Harry Styles was invited as well. And there was like a public thing, like there was a statement that like, oh, he couldn't go. So we do know some of the people that were invited and couldn't go for other reasons. And we've heard nothing about Blake. So I think it's fair to assume Blake Lively was not invited. And I think that's fucked up. The whole thing, the rumor, is that Blake Lively, her attorney, allegedly threatened to expose Taylor Swift's private text during the Justin Baldoni shit. I don't know what of that is true, and I also don't know, even if this report is true, this is all stuff that's going through, like, lawyers and shit, so, like, who's to say? It could have been misconstrued where Blake maybe wanted Taylor to make a statement. This is what it says. Justin Baldoni's legal team is accusing Blake Lively's attorney of threatening to release private texts seemingly between Lively and Taylor Swift if the pop superstar did not publicly support the actress in her ongoing legal battle with her co-star. In the court documents obtained by Page 6, the attorneys claimed it ends with us actress lead counsel Michael Gottlieb, blah, 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 allegedly made the demand. He demanded that Ms. Swift release a statement of support for Ms. Lively, intimating that if Ms. Swift refused to do so, private texts of a personal nature in Ms. Lively's possession would be released. So I don't even know, was it a threat or was it like a warning of like, hey, if we don't get a statement from you, we do have to prove this somehow, so like we might have to just use these text messages if you don't say something. Kind of reasonable if that's what happened. I don't know exactly what happened. But also, let's be so fucking for real, Taylor Swift should have made a statement. She should have. She should have stuck up for her fucking friend. It wasn't an unreasonable thing for Blake to ask of her. And I was at least on the train for a while of like, maybe Blake and Taylor don't want Taylor to make a statement because maybe that would like benefit the Baldoni case to some extent, because they were saying that like Taylor was a part of like Blake manipulating him or something. So like maybe that was the answer at that time. At this point, I can't say that. At this point, I think it's fairly obvious that Taylor didn't make a statement because she didn't want to. And I think that's crazy. And also, this allegedly came from fucking Scott Swift. That Scott reportedly went to Justin Baldoni's team with a bombshell claim. And I don't trust Scott. And I think if Scott was in Taylor's ear, Scott could be behind the entire thing. Like, Scott could actually be, like, trying to turn his daughter against people the way that he's fucking done before. The way that we have allegations, that we have recorded evidence of a person saying that, like, Scott Swift did this to me, her first manager. Scott allegedly, and they didn't even deny it, is the thing. That's what's crazy, is like the Swift family never denied the allegation that Scott convinced Taylor to fire her first manager, that she didn't even want to. I think it's incredibly possible that Scott also convinced her to stop hanging out with Blake. And she just went along with it because she doesn't have a spine. She just does what her dad wants her to do. That's my take. That's what I think happened. But I don't know. I'm not in her life. But I can say this. Even if they're not friends anymore, even if something happened between the two of them that's even just not related to the Justin Baldoni shit, even if that had nothing to do with them not being friends anymore, you know that Blake's absence from the wedding was going to be a headline. You knew that. And you knew why it was going to be a headline. You knew that your friend, your former friend, even if you're not friends anymore, this was someone that you cared about. This was someone that you were the godparent of their children. Like, you had a close fucking relationship with this woman and her husband and her entire family. You were a part of their lives. You were close with them. You know that she was sexually harassed on that set. You know that when she spoke out about that harassment, that he then launched a smear campaign against her, similar to a smear campaign that was launched against you. You know that. And even if you don't agree with everything that Blake did in that battle, okay. Fine. I still think that you should have enough feeling toward this person that you've been friends with for so long that you would care about sparing them the public humiliation of not being at your wedding. Because you had 1,000 people there. You didn't even have to talk to her. You could have just let her at least walk in the fucking door. Walk in the door. Use one of those private underground roadways or whatever to get out of the... She didn't have to stay for the ceremony even. She didn't have to stay for the ceremony. She didn't have to stay for the reception. She could have just walked in and been photographed walking in. You could have at least allowed her that. And the fact that she didn't while inviting 1,000 people, it's crazy to me. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine what would have had to happen between the two of them for her to not make a public effort to show support for her friend, her former friend. What could Blake have done that was so wrong? Especially in a moment like this, even if Blake maybe took things a little too far, even if Blake was so desperate for a public statement from Taylor that she did threaten to leak all of those text messages, which I don't even know if it would ever have been as severe as some of these articles are making it seem like it was. Even then, it's like, okay, well, what? She was in a very bad position, and I think you should know that. I think that you should have a little bit more grace and more patience and more compassion for this woman that got sexually harassed and ganged up on by like the entire world that you were friends with for a decade. I can't imagine having that little compassion for someone that you were so close with for so long. It is just so cruel. But whatever. I don't know them. I don't know what happened. Here are some other things, though, that I am just a little bit... that I don't like about the entire, like, publicity of everything. Taylor Swift, for a very long time, has been kind of this symbol of, like, girlhood and womanhood. And that's why so many Swifties, whenever you criticize her, will accuse you of misogyny. Because she has been a target of misogyny, for sure. And she is representative for a lot of women and girls, a lot of white women and girls, let's be honest, you know? Like, the particular kind of girlhood that Taylor Swift represents is a girlhood that is really only afforded to white women. But okay, she's a representative for women and girls. I acknowledge that. That's why I think it has been so disturbing to see the amount to which she has made this relationship a center point of her brand. Like, it's so much. And the engagement, specifically, her engagement and now her marriage to Travis Kelce, it was such a huge part of her public image for this last, like, year and a half, 2 years, even before the engagement, but, like, especially since the engagement. And the way that people are reporting on it, that it's a fairy tale, which is how she's portrayed it, as a fairy tale. It's really disturbing. It's really upsetting. And I get this is her life and she can do whatever she wants with it, but like, did he have to sign the CDs? Did he have to autograph the CDs? Did she have to bring him into her brand so much and bring him into, like, the parasociality of all of it, like the connection that she has with her fans, to the point that she is on Instagram announcing her engagement as your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married. She wants not only to be the English teacher for her fans, she wants him to be the gym teacher. She wants him to be a part of the narrative. And allegedly, people do think, because one of the things that MSG has that maybe made it a little different than some other venues is the fact that MSG does have a pre-existing setup to film, say, a movie quality stadium show, so you can sell to your millions of fans. There are a lot of rumors about them doing some sort of like concert film, because a lot of people performed at the wedding. She performed at the wedding, allegedly. Stevie Nicks performed. Paul McCartney performed. There's rumors about that. There's also just rumors about like a documentary. There's rumors about the entire ceremony coming onto Disney Plus. We don't know. And her team or someone is putting out things saying that no, Taylor Swift didn't film her wedding for a documentary. So hopefully that's fucking true. But at this point, I just wouldn't be surprised if she did. And that's what's a little bit unnerving about it, is that I'd like to believe she wouldn't do that. But I just don't know. Because at this point, I mean, when you have a whole fucking sign outside of Madison Square Garden announcing your marriage, maybe you would do something like this. I don't know. And there's just been so much focus on the wedding in ways that feel incredibly regressive to me. Like the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's, their engagement announcement broke Instagram records. The fact that she was engaged was getting announced in public spaces. And that's too where I'm like, okay, some of that stuff she can't help. She can't help the fact that like people were announcing the fact that she was engaged on like loudspeakers in airports. She can't help that. But she must have known that it did happen. It must have been brought up to her at some point that like, oh wow, people are like being really intense about this. And then she saw that, she knew that, went on to Jimmy Fallon and said that she wasn't going to do the Super Bowl because she's engaged to one of the players in the NFL. Like, she made absolutely no effort to pull back on the engagement being at the center of her career. And she also made no effort to litigate any of the people who were selling Taylor Swift engagement themed merch. None of the brands who were using her engagement to sell things for themselves. I mean, one of the things, I'm pretty sure fucking Krispy Kreme got in on it. And I think they saw Krispy Kreme trucks going into Madison Square Garden for the wedding. I think that she had Krispy Kreme catering part of the wedding. Like, come on. You're okay with this? You're okay with brands using your engagement like this? Making your engagement such a huge part of public discourse? Weird. And then the fucking wedding itself had its own branding. Like, it had its own logo, and it kind of looks like the Tortured Poets Department thing. Not this thing right here. This is not the Tortured Poets, but this part is just fucking crazy. Like, just the TNT. They've got it everywhere. They had it on a license plate. But this is the font that people are referring to for the Tortured Poets. It's like, yeah, it does look like the Tortured Poets font. And this is like an AI generated article, so I don't rely on it too much, but this is from The Knot a bit ago. And like the amount of an effect that she's probably going to have on the entire wedding industry is insane. Like 37% of engaged couples said Taylor and Travis' engagement news made them even more excited about their own. Estimated increase in U.S. spending for other wedding events, $400 million. Like, she is going to have such a huge effect on the wedding industry. And you know what? The wedding industry is predatory. It is patriarchal. It is just gross in general. It's so nasty. Not only because it literally scams people into spending money that they do not need to spend, but also because it romanticizes the idea of marriage, which historically hasn't benefited women a whole lot. And I'm saying this as someone who did literally just get married. Like, I am aware that like marriages can be good and weddings can be nice, and you know, it's a celebration of your love. It's a commitment you make to another person, which, you know, I think plenty times it turns out very well, but a lot of the times it doesn't. And again, just historically, it has been an institution that's been extremely oppressive to women. And I think that doesn't mean that you should never get married. I just did. But I do think that it means that you probably shouldn't romanticize the idea of marriage to this extent. That, like, I don't know, the entire fairy tale-esque marketing of it, it's really gross to me. Especially this idea, this line that everyone is running with, that she is now getting her happily ever after. No, she's not. This is not the end of her life. This is not happily ever after. This is just a thing that she did. This is one thing in her life. But I kind of think that she's bought into this to an extent. I think that that's really where a lot of these, like, just the branding and the leaning into the branding of the wedding. I think that she does believe that, like, she has solved everything now. That, like, the story is complete. She's reached the end. And it's like, no, you didn't, girl. Your life is going to keep going on. You're going to continue having problems. You're maybe even going to have problems with Travis. You and Travis maybe aren't going to get along all of the time. And that's okay. It's not your happily ever after. It's just a thing that you're doing right now. And you're going to continue being a person after this. Unfortunately. Like, it never ends. Your rock will fall right back down the hill, and you'll have to go get it again. And that's okay. But there is no happily ever after. Ever. And it's gross to me that, like, this is how it's being framed. And that's the defenses that I'm seeing, too, where I really do think that if this were just a party that she had been throwing in Madison Square Garden, we could all recognize it as absurd. If she just decided, like, I'm just gonna have a party with 1,000 people and shut down roads for no fucking reason, we would all look at that and be like, why? That seems really unnecessary and just a disgusting display of your own wealth. But the fact that it's her wedding means a lot of people will defend it, because they'll be like, but it's her day. It's her special day. The fact that it's a wedding makes it, like, sacred to people and makes it okay. And that's really depressing. Now, that's my big thing about just, like, the culture of it all, you know? Now I'm gonna just be, like, petty and mean. First of all, this looks stupid. This looks dumb. It's not even that cute. I don't like the font. I think the Just TNT thing looks dumb because it literally looks like an AT&T ad. It would have made more sense if she just did a plus instead of the and. If she just did a plus. That's it. That's all she had to do. It would look a little bit better. But this looks like an AT&T ad. I also just think it's just boring. Like, you could have done anything with this screen. Anything with the screen. And you just did this? It's just like, ugh. Could have done more. Could have done more. Yeah, and the font is just, it's really boring. Also, a Friday wedding? Friday? And as some people have pointed out, there's no natural light inside of Madison Square Garden. Like, I mean, okay, she's rich. She can do a lot of different things with Madison Square Garden. Maybe she made it look really, really cute. But I kind of doubt it. It's like there's only so much you can do. And there was this came out earlier. I don't know how accurate it is. It is from the Daily Mail, so, you know, take all of it with a grain of salt. But some of it does seem to add up with what we've learned from other sources. This is reporting that it was quite ghastly and tacky inside. We don't have a whole lot of info. Like, stuff is, like, very slowly coming out about the wedding, but we don't have a whole lot of info. But supposedly, supposedly, this would be crazy, but it actually would kind of make sense. So it says, cringe-inducing system which ranked attendees from A-list to D-list according to their importance to the bride and told them when they needed to arrive accordingly. British supermodel Cara Delevingne, for example, was in the D-list, getting to Madison Square Garden at 2:30 p.m., a full 3 hours before the ceremony. I mean, that you would, because there's so many people, you would have to do it like that. You would have to like stagger people's entrances so that not everyone just showed up at the same time. But the idea of doing it in an A-list to D-list ranking is so funny. And I don't know, they said A-list to D-list based on how close they are to her. Which, okay, I guess, but it does seem like it actually probably would have been a little bit based in who was the most important to get photographed. Because that's really it. Like, who do you want shown? It's like in a word show. Like, you have to think about when the red carpet is going to be the busiest, when it is the most optimal for celebrities to get photos. It seems like maybe that was the system here for going into the venue, which is so crazy. I don't know. Actor Bradley Cooper and TV host Graham Norton were not far behind, arriving at 3:30 p.m. Taylor's best friend Abigail Anderson, whom she's known since her high school days in Nashville, Tennessee, only showed up at 4:30. But the thing is like, yeah, well, Abigail is still like a celebrity to a lot of Swifties. The most important guests arrived as instructed closer to the time of the 5:30 ceremony. A source said it was surprisingly chaotic inside. Arrivals were staggered with people having to wait for hours with nothing to do. The cocktails only started at 4 p.m. People literally were twiddling their thumbs for hours. If you were in the 2:30 p.m. time slot, you couldn't even amuse yourself by checking your phone. You were just standing around like a lemon wondering why the hell you were forced to arrive so early. Because you're not that famous, girl. That's why. And then there was other stuff about, I didn't read all of this, but supposedly there's a buffet, which I some people found really tacky. I love a buffet. Because I'm like, let me pick my food, please. Just give me a lot of options, let me pick. I don't need to tell you my dinner order before. Because what if I get there and it doesn't look that good? What if the other option looked better once I actually see them? I like a buffet. I'm pro buffet. I know everyone was saying how it was all decked out fairy tale garden style, so you'd never know it was Madison Square Garden, but apparently this is not true. When you got inside, some of the flowers, vines, and garlands were wrapped so badly around the seating that they barely camouflaged the plastic bucket-style stadium seats. I mean, there's only so much you can fucking do. It was all quite ghastly and tacky. They had tried to cover up that it was a wedding in a stadium, and that failed. Also, there were loads of huge fake plastic trees all over the place, and it looked bizarre. It's a fucking arena. Let's be so for real. Even the best wedding planner, even the best interior designer could only do so much. You should have just had it in the actual castle, girl. Have a castle. You could get a castle. The specifics of the theme appeared to be lost on guests. Some said it was Fairground Americana. Others described it as an enchanted forest. See, if I had a lot of money, I would do like an enchanted forest kind of thing. Which is why I am kind of interested in actually seeing photos of the venue, because maybe it was cute. Maybe it was. I like the idea of a fairy tale theme, but like in Madison Square Garden, no. Even more bizarrely, dotted around the stadium were traditional pinball and slot machines swagged with pink, peach, and coral drapes and a lot of gold heraldic renderings of the lovebirds' initials, TNT. Oh yeah, this is where I'm like, I almost kind of believe this article. You know, I take it with a grain of salt, but like, another unusual element to the wedding was a raffle. I've seen multiple things about a raffle. So, the celebrity guests were invited to win raffle tickets by playing games like mini golf, pinball, and a ring toss during the post-nuptial party. A number were later notified that they had won prizes, which included Dior and Chanel bags, a Cartier watch, and a classic 1970s Chevy car. Yeah, and I did see the singer Avril Lavigne, who performed karaoke later in the evening, was reportedly one of the lucky millionaires who won a free bag. Stupid. And yeah, apparently Adam Sandler was the officiant. Legally ordained and whose daughters are huge Swifties. Kelsey became friendly with Sandler on the set of the 2025 Netflix comedy Happy Gilmore 2. Apparently Sandler joked that he accepted the gig in order to get both Travis and Taylor in one of his movies. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The whole thing's a networking event. Or to negotiate a good price in case he ever produced a movie about their life and love. Aww. I don't hate the Adam Sandler thing. I actually think like it would be kind of fun having like a comedic actor like that. If you have the money, just do it. Who cares? But yeah, the whole thing is a networking event. So these are all the things that are apparently getting brought in there. Yeah, I haven't read all of this. There were also people who were surprised about the food. It was not great and served buffet style with long lines if you wanted to eat. I mean, so much of the food that they were bringing in there did seem like very basic food. The problems were all because the wedding was so big. At a normal wedding, everyone knows the bride and groom, and you don't have to stagger arrivals or queue for food because there aren't 1,000 people. Yeah, exactly. Also, a normal wedding, people have a table to sit on and are then catered for. This was far more of a stadium vibe. People kind of felt like they existed to be Taylor's audience on the day. Yeah. One of the guests said there was genuine excitement and surprise over the performance by Sir Paul McCartney. However, he and Taylor are big fans of each other's work, and she is also close to his daughter. Oh, I didn't know that. Close to Stella McCartney. I do like Stella McCartney. Was she there? At one point, Taylor's groom, Travis Kelce, also got up to sing. Oh my God. Rod Stewart standard. It wasn't quite a... Jesus. It is reported that Taylor and Travis, never known for underplaying their cultural significance, are making a documentary about the big day, which will detail the wedding planning process from picking the flowers to how the event was organized backstage. This will be sent to every guest as a thank you. Oh, so maybe they were filming, but not for the public. Maybe it was for all the people? Possibly? And we do have some photos. So for one thing, there's a lot of AI photos, so it's hard to tell. As I like this one with the train dog. But is this real? There's supposedly Taylor and Travis. This one was the one that I could believe the most. However, I have seen some reports that Travis actually wore white, that they both wore white, which I hate, a man in a white suit. Ugh. But that would make the other photo not real. So I don't know. This is some supposed photo of the venue. It looked like that. I mean, that'd be hard to fake. And that does look like what I would expect Madison Square Garden turned into a garden theme to look like. It's just, it looks stupid. It looks dumb. It would look cute. See, this is the thing. If she actually had like a concert, like a wedding themed concert, which would be weird, but she could do it. And this was like, you actually filled the stadium up with like all the guests in here and this was just the floor. Maybe that could be cute, but it's not. It's a wedding. It's a wedding. This is inside apparently, which we did also hear some reports that like there were these photos of them all over. So that seemed pretty legit. Then this is like the wax detail on some embroidered thing. It's cute, you know, it is what it is. Someone like an NFL's wife or sister or something caught the bouquet and I was like, this is the bouquet? What happened to it? Supposedly they both each had 20-minute vows. I can't. 20 minutes? I have to sit through 40 minutes of their vows. No. I think my entire wedding ceremony was maybe 12 minutes. The whole thing. That's how you do it. In and out. Reportedly, Taylor sang a little bit during the vows, which I hate it when people sing during their vows or they sing during their reception. I mean, I get that she performed at some point, but at least that's like a full performance. I don't like when people just start singing, though. It makes me very uncomfortable. And this, I agree with. None of the description saying if her hair was up or down. What happened to real journalism? Exactly! Exactly! What did her hair look like? Someone tell me. What did she do with those bangs? I must know. Lena Dunham apparently did something. She said something. about gay porn. So girl creator Lena Dunham quipped during her speech that American football is just straight guys reenacting gay porn. The crude line instantly became one of the night's biggest talking points, with our insider saying the joke drew a divided response of gasps and laughs from gathered guests. And while the joke may have raised a few eyebrows, one person was clearly delighted. According to our insider, Swift immediately declared Dunham a genius after her speech. Okay, I don't know. This is the thing, is that guests were gasping with shockingly rude dinner speech. It doesn't sound that fucking crazy. But maybe this is the crowd that she has now. These are the friends she has that she's invited. People who are very offended by gay porn jokes. And this is a photo supposedly of the cocktail thing. I don't know if this is true, but if it is, this is weird as hell. The English teacher, the gym teacher, TNT tequila. TNT tequila. I don't know. I don't know if that's real. But if it is, that's weird. It's weird to, like, include... This is, again, where it's, like, no one at this wedding clearly knows them as, like, people. So they have to make references that are not, like, inside jokes with family and friends. It's the shit that they're writing on Instagram. The people at that wedding know Taylor Swift as well as I do. Maybe I even know her a little bit better than some of those people, because I've listened to her music probably more than a lot of them. This is allegedly what the cake looks like. Which, if this is true, that does not look very good. This is like Gordon Food Service. I'd like to believe that that's not true. But I don't know. And then this I did think was funny. So Sabrina, this is Sabrina's outfit. She's wearing, as you notice, all black. And then as she was leaving the venue, she did have a black veil on, which maybe was for privacy, you know? But a black veil? She knows. She was in mourning. And she was right. It's just an interesting, to wear a black dress and a black veil at a wedding. It's just interesting to me. Maybe Sabrina feels a certain way about this whole thing. I don't know. I don't know. But here's the thing that made me the saddest. And it really, this is where I actually am projecting. And this is not Taylor's fault. This is just me being sad about my own life. They got a dog. And we already knew there were some rumors about them getting a dog, but here's a photo of them with a dog. And I just wish that I had a dog. I wish real bad. I have been getting so much, I have been getting better for a minute about not thinking, like actively thinking like, God damn it, I want a dog so bad. And then the other day I had a little slip. Went onto some local shelter websites, looked at dogs I couldn't get for no fucking reason. Fell in love with a dog named Banana Pudding. I cannot have Banana Pudding. I am not in a place to get a dog. Especially, like, literally yesterday, I had watched a video about how... the thing is, like, pet ownership in this country is becoming something that is essentially just for rich people. The wealth inequality in this country is so bad, and it is affecting pet ownership to the point that, like, vet bills are skyrocketing because mostly it is middle to upper class people getting dogs. So, wish I had a dog, but they can get one because they're fucking rich. I should have one. I deserve one. Yeah, that's private equity taking over all the vet offices. Yeah, it is. It's a huge problem. Because they can charge more. They can charge based on demand. And they can charge based on what the average pet owner can afford. And the average pet owner is getting richer and richer We are getting priced out of fucking everything. Including the love of a dog. Anyway, let me check this account because as we've been streaming, you know, who knows what else came out, and this account has been having a lot of updates, so I really mostly just care about, like, I want to see the dress and I want to see her hair, but I don't think that's come out yet. Yeah, their last updates are from like 4 hours ago. So yeah, don't think that's come out. I'll keep my eye out though. Because I do want to see the dress. Yeah, I don't see any news about it. See, this is where Kylie's meta glasses could have come in handy. Though I don't know if she was invited, but like that's what we really needed. We needed someone in there with some meta glasses. And you know what? If that footage got out, if someone went in there with like smart glasses and could record the entire thing, that could actually maybe really change a lot of people's opinions about how okay those glasses are. I mean, I guess for most of the public it would be exciting, but like for the wealthier classes, if they realized how their privacy could get violated by this, then maybe they would take it a little bit more seriously. Anyway, any thoughts on Carly being invited? I don't have many thoughts on it. She had gone to an Eras Tour thing a bit ago and had, I think, maybe gotten like VIP tickets or something. So like there was already indication that they had patched something up. So, you know, I'm not surprised. I think with the Blake of it all, it's a little bit more annoying. But I'm mostly just annoyed that Blake wasn't invited more than anyone being invited. Because at some point, it's like when you have 1,000 people, you're like, yeah, you were just inviting fucking anybody, weren't you? Except for Blake Lively. Interesting. Anyway. Let's just do our honorary pop girlies. So, our first... Zendaya. Oh, do you want to try those? It's up to you. I'm not going to drink all of it, so if we open it, you're drinking them.
That's fine.
Okay. We do have 2 garage beers, which I guess is like the Kelsey brothers line of beer. So we've got 1 lime and 1 light. I don't like beer, period, so I'm gonna fucking hate this, but I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it for y'all, for no reason. Nobody asked me to do this. It's not terrible as far as beers go. That was the lime one. I don't taste any lime.
No.
Yeah, no lime. It's not awful as far as beer goes. I wouldn't want to drink it. But okay, here's the other one. This is just the light beer. I don't know what is a light beer. What is a dark beer? I haven't. Beer flavored beer is what it says. It's the same. It's the same fucking thing. Yeah, it just doesn't have much flavor, which I guess is a good thing. Because I don't like beer.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's the basic beer.
Yeah. I don't like beer, so I guess it not tasting that strong is better. But I don't know. If you like beer, maybe you'll like it. It tastes very basic.
Not offensive.
Yeah, it's fine.
Doing anything.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. But yeah, here's Zendaya. She's just so cool. She's been doing so much promo for Spider-Man, also for the Odyssey. I mean, she's in so much shit. But here's her she's had so many good looks. So this is like her back dress for one of the Spider-Man looks because it looks like a web. Like, wow. Incredible. So good. And also, as people have pointed out, this whole thing of like, oh, well, she's so famous, she couldn't have stopped, talking about Taylor again, she couldn't have stopped all this publicity around her wedding. Zendaya and Tom Holland got married and nobody even knew about it. Yes, I know that, like, Taylor is more famous than them, but, like, they literally got married and nobody knew. And then people found out that they got married and nothing leaked from it. No photos, no anything. I have to imagine they had a hell of a lot less than 1,000 people at their wedding, but that's because they have friends and family that they care about. You know, like, they had an intimate wedding because they actually have, you know, intimate lives. And also, like, even with the fact that Taylor is more famous than them, it's still, so much of the public has been so invested in Zendaya and Tom Holland's relationship for way longer than Taylor and Travis have even been together. And yet, they still managed to do it very privately. But I would love to see that dress, too. But the thing is like, okay, with the Zendaya thing, I'm like, I would love to see Zendaya's dress, but I also just don't think that she owes that to anybody, you know? If I never see Zendaya's dress in my life, fine with me. At this point, though, with how fucking public Taylor made her entire spectacle, I'm like, now she owes me that photo. Now I need to see it. Show it to me right now. You did all this, and you won't even show me the dress? It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. But anyway, here's Zendaya. She looks so cool. Look at that. Oh, the makeup is so good. The hair is so good. The dress is so good. Incredible. And then that was like look one. And then she had another look. Looked incredible there too. Oh, she's doing everything right. So good. Oh, she's so beautiful. All right, and then our other honorary pop girlies. Oh shit, that didn't even, okay, so I went forward, but apparently I didn't animate this slide. So I'm not gonna show it until I'm not gonna take Zendaya off the screen until the drum rolls over. Is the drum roll too loud? It looks like it's really loud. It is Alexa, I'm gonna butcher these names, Alexa Nicolau and Ivan Birkus. I think they're like Russian, or I think he's Ukrainian, but she's Russian. But they are rooftoppers is what people call them. She calls herself, she says she's a Skywalker. They had a documentary on Netflix that I just watched last night. It is very good. It's a very like well put together documentary, and they are very cute. Like that's a couple that I'm rooting for. That's a couple that I don't feel mixed about in terms of like if things are going to turn out well for them. I think it is. I think that they are in it till the end. I love that. And they got engaged around the time of Taylor's wedding. They got engaged on the Empire State Building because they are rooftoppers. So what that means is like they literally climb these buildings and then they like do stuff. She's like an influencer kind of thing. Like they take photos up there. They use drones to take these photos. Very cool. It is very scary, very dangerous. I mean, they were doing in the Netflix documentary, it would show them doing this shit, and I was like, oh my god, they're gonna fucking die. And other people they knew, at one point she's like on the phone with somebody and he's like in a hospital, like one of these other rooftoppers that they knew, and he's like in a hospital, he had some sort of accident. She's like, oh my god, that's so terrible. And he's like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much the only one left, everyone else is gone. And she's like, wait, what do you mean? Like all the people that they knew, all the other rooftoppers that they knew. He's like, yeah, they're all gone. She's like, what do you mean gone? He's like, they're dead. Yeah, girl, like. And she was frustrating me a little at some points because I was like, you really shouldn't do this shit anymore. You should not. But she's really good at it, and he's really good at it, and it looks really cool when they do it. And but it's scary. So scary. But yeah, they were up here. They've been a couple for a bit. And the documentary was kind of like a documentation of their relationship and how skywalking, rooftoping has affected their relationship. And it is interesting. It is very interesting. But he proposed on top of the Empire State Building. I have to imagine she knew that. But here they are.
I have to imagine that there's a concern there as well as we continue to take a look at this. Bobby, I was talking to Michael in terms of the strategies and the conversations with New York City. And again, the law enforcement has finite resources. There cannot be eyes on every single person. That's just simply not the reality. But when we're taking a look at some of these larger events, what brings to mind, Bobby, is the thwarted attempt for the UFC fight at the White House, and that plot thankfully was foiled. But you have these individuals, and we see these two people now embracing right there.
Stephanie, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think he just proposed. It looks to me like that's a camera setup.
He proposed.
And he got down on one knee, and they look to be in an embrace right now. So, that's one heck of a proposal if that's the case.
Oh my goodness. Bobby, we have another vantage point. Oh, wait, hold on. You're right. Well, okay, the guy's getting, and we have two different angles, and you were seeing one that's a little ahead. It looks, did the guy get down on one knee? And
he did.
If this is a wedding proposal, I am beyond words right now. Like, unbelievable. One of our producers was saying, Taylor and Travis was the talk of the town. But, I mean, what are they thinking? I get it. You want to go above and beyond.
And the thing is, too, is like when I saw this, I was like, wow, that's crazy. And then I watched the documentary and I'm like, oh, they've done weirder shit. They've done crazier shit. This one, I'm like, this is probably pretty easy for them. Some of the other shit they did seemed way more dangerous. But good for them. And here's her ring. And what I think is crazy, too, as this person says, this bitch scaled that shit with engagement nails. Yeah, look at her nails. She went all the way up that. And they go up there with nothing. They don't have, like, what would those be called? Like the strings. I know there's a word for it, but like, they're not secured in any way. They are just scaling things. They are climbing shit. They're walking up shit just with their bodies. I'm worried about them. I hope that this was the finale. I hope that them getting engaged on the Empire State Building is like them retiring. I really do hope so. Like, there's other ways. There's other things you can do for adrenaline. There's other, harness. There's other things you can do, because she's from like a circus family, so I think that's the thing for her. I'm like, why don't you just do like tightrope walking, maybe? Maybe you could just do that with like a net under you. But I think that probably would not be sufficient for her. Oh, look at how happy she looks. And she's got trust issues too. That was a whole thing in the documentary. Oh, I'm so happy for them. And he seems nice. He seems to care about her a whole lot. And they had this sign up there. It says, when the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace. Whatever that means. Okay. But okay, nice sentiment, I guess. But look at this. Okay, so they did get arrested. So here's their arrest. Looking hot, frankly. Just both so good looking. They were charged with burglary, reckless endangerment, criminal mischief, violation of local laws, possession of burglars' tools. I don't even know what that means. Criminal tampering, criminal trespass, and disorderly conduct. But look at this photo. This is such a good photo. As they're getting arrested, like, it's so like Bonnie and Clyde, but also they didn't really do anything to anybody. Like, they didn't hurt anyone. That's the thing too, is like, what they do should be illegal just for the sake of like public safety. I think the worst thing really though that could happen is like they fall and then maybe hit somebody else or just traumatize people. But mostly what they're doing, they're the only victims if something goes wrong. So, hard to be mad at them. Plus, they're so good looking. How could you be mad at them? And then this was them exiting the court after they got released. That's how you do it. See, if you want like a public spectacle for your love, you do this. You don't shut down streets to have a wedding at Madison Square Garden. Take some notes. Whoever that applies to, take some notes. Anyway, okay. Moving on to our final honorary pop girly. Oh shit, sorry. Abdul El Sayed. I'm not gonna go into like a whole thing about it, but if you live in Michigan, your absentee ballots, you can now like get them, you can vote absentee. Or you can wait till the 4th. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to vote on the 4th. But you can vote for this man, and you should, in the primary. You should vote for this man. What, you want Haley Stevens to be the nominee? No, you don't. And Mallory McMarrow, or whatever the fuck her name is, she's gone. She dropped out, which is so funny, by the way. I don't even know if it's a good or a bad thing. Like, who was she a spoil for? She's such a centrist that, like, who is she taking those votes away from? I don't know. Nobody does. But it's so funny to drop out after people already start sending in their absentee ballots. Because a whole bunch of people voted for you and now their votes just don't count. It's so funny. But so, if you're in Michigan, we would like this man as our senator. So, get on that, please. Anyway, I'll see you guys next week for for Pop Girly News next Monday. I will also be tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, my time. I will be on Brittany Simon's stream, so tune into that if you wanna watch that. I don't know. She I think wanted to talk about Ariana Grande and then like male leftists or something, but maybe I told her I'd talk about anything, so maybe she's changed her mind. Maybe she wants to talk about something else. I don't know, but I'll be there, and you can be there if you would like to come. And I'll see you guys either tomorrow or next week or whatever. So goodbye.